Hello.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you're joining us from. Okay, I hope you can all hear me. Please confirm that you can hear me, okay? So if you can hear me, just a thumbs up. All right, amazing, amazing, great. Okay, so my name is Joan Diabwa, and I'm a data associate here at Analytics, and I'll be your moderator for today's session. Okay, so you are highly welcome to today's session, and it's absolutely amazing to have each and every one of you here. Okay, so just to know where you're joining us from, all right, you can drop your location in the chat box. Let's get to meet you. Okay, so I'm joining in from Abuja, okay, the Federal Capital Territory. I want to know where you're joining in from, all right? Abuja, fantastic. UK, Rosemary from UK, Maureen from Canada, T-Boss from Abuja. So there are so many persons joining in from the Federal Capital Territory, and it's amazing to have you here, okay? Welcome to those of you joining in from Lagos, Dennis from Nigeria. Oh, okay, that's still Nigeria. Olushola from Abuja as well. All right, fantastic. Now that is the beauty of virtual convocation, virtual meetings. All right, you get to meet people from across the globe, okay, without necessarily moving anywhere. All right, so you're sincerely welcome to today's session. Please give me a minute to share my screen. All right. Okay, so confirm that you can see my screen as well. Okay, awesome. All right, so those of us just joining us for the first time, okay, this is a special welcome going out to you. All right, I know we still have some old timers here, but then we're giving a special shout out to those of you just joining us for the first time. All right, you might be wondering, who are we at Analytics? What do we do? What do we represent? Now, Analytics is an educational technological firm, all right, and we certainly are out there in order to help Africans, people in the Black community, and people in general understand and breach the tech barrier, breach the entry tech barrier. Okay, so we're literally out there to help you breach that barrier into joining the tech space. All right, so you might want to join the tech, but you don't know how you want to go about it, and this is certainly the right place for you. Okay, so if you're joining us for the first time, like BJ, you are certainly welcome, and you are going to have a wonderful time here with us. Now, we are aimed at helping people, especially people in the Black community, to develop skills, relevant skills in the tech space, such as data analytics, business analytics, data engineering, data science, financial analytics, HR analytics, okay, amongst others, all right? To help you make better informed decisions. Now, the world is global already, and it's already digital. Most companies store their data in the cloud and everything, okay? So that is what we'll be taking you through to develop relevant skills and help you make better informed decisions with data, all right? And we have facilitators who are professionals in their field, and these persons are not just experts, they know their onions down to the T, and they will be taking you step by step in order for you to become a professional in the tech space, okay? And some of our facilitators have worked in top organizations like Apple, Sahara Group, Google. So you know that you are certainly in the right hands, okay? So, and all our courses are structured in such a way that irrespective of your background, wherever you're from, you're certainly going to understand. Now, I've talked so much about who we are at Analytics, what we represent. However, the dream Analytics would literally not exist without these persons that I would be introducing to you, all right? Especially our founder, Adeza Suleiman. Now, Adeza has a wealth of experience in the field, and he has trained well over 8,500 participants, okay? And he would be dishing out knowledge today, especially our first timers. I'm super excited for you. Welcome, Bukol, because you are going to be meeting the cream of the crop today, and they will be taking you through this amazing session, okay? So I cannot talk about our founder without also mentioning our co-founder, okay? our co-founder in the person of Ifemina Ipro. He's a data scientist, he's a data analyst, another figure to be reckoned with, okay? So he holds a master's degree in data analytics and has also trained well over 8,500 participants, okay? So you're going to be hearing from these persons, their wealth of experience, and they'll be taking you through today's session on how to land a remote job in the UK, in the US, in Canada, okay, across the globe. So today's session is literally going to make you understand the opportunities that are out there in the tech space. Now, there are certain persons who believe that, oh, if I didn't graduate with a first class in computer science, if I don't have a background in statistics, I cannot get a remote job. It's not for me. It's not my thing because I probably studied English, I studied literature and stuff like that, okay? However, we're going to be giving you the nitty-gritty, what you need to know, and debunk those myths that you've probably heard out there that you need a degree in this particular course to land a remote job, or the fact that, okay, the only way for you to migrate into a foreign, like Europe, Canada, is for you to go through menial jobs like care jobs, delivery jobs, or being a rider in a certain city. Okay, so that is what we're going to be taking you through today. So sit back, you're certainly going to have a beautiful time. Our first timers, it's going to be a value for your time, and we guarantee that we'll deliver everything that we say we would, okay? So without wasting any more time, I'll be calling our founder, and he will be taking us through the first half of the session, and later we have our co-founder, Ifemina, as well. Thank you so much, Adeza. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much for that introduction, Joan. And good evening, everybody. Good to have you join our session today. So we'll have an amazing time walking through how to apply to jobs across different regions, especially for the sponsored jobs. I would focus a little bit more on the UK, and then Ifemina would come around to show us how we can also apply to get jobs across the US and Canada, especially for remote jobs. Okay, so let's take our time, leave all distractions, and pay a little bit of attention so that you can get the best value out of the session today. I'll be driving the session today with my slides, and I can see we have quite a number of new people join us for the very first time. So you're welcome to the session. And we have a diverse set of individuals, and I can see some familiar names as well. I saw you, Ify, and good to have you join us one more time. So I'm just quickly going to share my slide, and then we'll get right into the main meat of our session for today. I want it to be as interactive as possible, okay? So please take down questions as soon as they occur to you, and let's have an amazing time interacting and having fantastic conversations. I'm a data analytics expert with close to a decade years of experience, just like Joan mentioned. And I've worked across 5 different sectors, helping organizations take data-driven decisions to ensure they grow, meet their objectives across different regions. I've worked in energy, I've worked in automobile, I've worked in educational technology, financial services, and also in the sports sector. And I was able to carry the same set of skills into different sectors. And I'll be sharing my story on how that is even possible. How can you crisscross different industries and sectors within in different capacity, especially within the data analytics ecosystem. I've also gotten to work as a data analytics consultant across the US and the UK. And personally, I've been able to train over 8,500 people. Ifemina, the co-founder, just like Joan also highlighted, fantastic professional. Ifemina is a data science contractor, worked across different organizations in the UK, the US. He was the business data support lead with the post office here in the UK. He's worked as a global business systems analyst with Teleflex in Ireland and a business intelligence developer with DPD, one of the largest logistic companies across Europe. And you'll get to hear from Ifemina, who'd come in later on during our session today to dish out a couple of insights into how to apply to jobs, especially within the US and Canada. All right, just to give us a sense of what we have for today. Somebody saying I'm not hearing anything. Muyi, I believe I'm audible.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks for that, Ife. Gio from Madagascar. Amazing. I'd love to visit Madagascar sometime, Gio. All right, so just to give a sense of what our session today would look like, would look at different strategies on how to find sponsored and remote jobs. And the main essence today is to show you that the job search process is not, you can't just jump into it thinking you can wing it and do things the way you feel it should be done. There are strategies you have to take and consider, and we'll try as much as we can to break it down to the barest minimum for you to take very good advantage of that. Abdullahi joining from Somalia, fantastic, very interesting. There's a content capture UK jobs, absolutely does. And that'll be the first focus for me today. Now, once I talk about the strategies, how to apply to these jobs, we'll then look at how to transition into tech and get jobs around the world, obviously. So what are the things you need to put in place? How do you need to learn? What are the specific skills, apart from the technical skills that you'll be learning, to get into the space as well? And then we talk about our upcoming program, November 4th, and then some success stories as well as the special discounts we have for those that would stay till the end of the session. Now, to jump right into the meat of our session today, getting a job or transitioning into tech. Tech is very broad. Tech itself, when people say tech is a very broad ecosystem. So it's important that you now narrow it down or break it down into specific areas that interest you. Okay, so that's the first thing you have to take note of. You have to identify the in-demand skills that employers want. All right, I can go into tech as a software engineer, as a cybersecurity analyst, as a data scientist, as a data engineer, but I need to focus on specific sets of skills, especially the in-demand skills that I know that if I get today, in the next 5 to 10 years, they are still very relevant. I don't have to, think of transitioning again in the next 5 to 10 years. I can get a job as a data scientist and I build my career to the very top within that particular space. So how do you identify in-demand skills? Okay, so these are the skills that are growing in demand on a day-to-day basis. And we'll quickly look at two key players within the job market. They always put out predictions on what the future of jobs would look like in the next few years. And they have been very, very consistent and also accurate in their predictions. Okay, and one of them is the IMF. So I'm going to break it down into 4, and I want you to take note of all the different areas we'll talk about today. So the first thing I'm talking about, which I think you can also make a note of, number 1, is to identify the in-demand skills that employers want. I want to transition, but I want to ensure that my skills are in demand. I can easily get a job. I can work across different regions. If I want to move from the US to the UK, or move from the UK to Canada, or move to any other developed economy, major economies across the globe, to Europe, Italy, Poland, Belgium, Spain, and so on and so forth, how can I make those transitions across different regions? Your job role must be high in demand. And one of the first reports we're going to look at, maybe not dive into it very deeply, we'll dive into the second one, is the IMF. All right, the IMF has predicted by the year 2030, there'll be a global shortage by more than 85 million roles within the tech ecosystem. All right, and this would represent $8.5 trillion lost in annual revenue. So just to put that into perspective or break it down, you'd have 85 million jobs available for people to take and people to apply to and people to get. However, you wouldn't have enough people to fill in those roles. So there's going to be a very large gap by the year 2030, a very major gap by more than 85 million roles within the tech ecosystem. So how do we fill those roles? How do you even identify those jobs and start to build skills in those areas to ensure that if these jobs will be available in the next few years, how can I get the skills and start to compete for those jobs? So that's the first focus. So when I saw this report, which we always look at the IMF projections every single year as a business at 10 Analytics, is very critical to us because all the services we get to offer all stem from demand within the economy. So where are the jobs? Where are the growing jobs that are high in demand? Those are the areas we want to look at and focus on. Okay, so what I've also done is to keep the link for you here. So you can always go back, look at the link and read the full report. Okay, but the major highlight is you have 85 million roles, 85 million jobs available, but nobody to fill them by the year 2030, 7 years from now. All right. So how do we start to fill those roles? How do we find out the roles? How do we get the skills to apply to these jobs? And that takes us to the World Economic Forum. This is a report I always love to showcase to anybody who wants to transition. So you are thinking of moving to a new career path. You are looking to compete for the best jobs out there. You've probably been out of work for the last 2 to 3 years, and you are searching for the next role the next skills you can learn to get that job role that will get you a career that is progressing within your particular region. So we'll look at the World Economic Forum report, which is a very powerful report, and they have been absolutely accurate over the last about 8 years, thereabouts, since they started publishing these reports, which is the Future of Jobs reports. And this is the 2023 version. Okay, I've also left the link here. We're going to go into the Future of Jobs reports to see what it looks like. And the highlight for us is to focus on the growing jobs. So looking at my slide, the screenshot you have on the slide, you have 2 separate columns. The first one shows the growing jobs. I'm going to label it G. Those are the jobs that will grow very high in demand between now and 2027. That's about 5 years from now. And then you also have the jobs that are declining, and I'm going to label that as D, jobs that would reduce or decline in demand. Okay, so for anybody who is being strategic in designing your career journey, you want to focus and ensure that you are getting a job that will grow in demand in the next few years. Okay, so let's go into the report so that we can see the full page, because we have just a screenshot in here. And what I want us to do is to highlight some specific job roles that we're going to talk about today. Because what we've done and what we've always done over the years is we've looked at the World Economic Forum reports, we've looked at the IMF reports, we've also done our own analysis, scraping data off the major job boards across different regions, from Glassdoor to Indeed to read.co.uk to CV Library to ZipRecruiter, and so on and so forth. And what we've done is to analyze the jobs over the last 5 years and also project and forecast to know where the opportunities would be. All right. So what we are trying to do in this first section is to do what? Identify the in-demand jobs. Okay, so that takes us into this report. So I'm simply going to click on this link. Okay, so for those of you that can we're going to click on this link over here. And like I said, I've left this here so that you can also look at it when you receive the slides at the end of the session. So all we need to do is we're going to click on the link, and it's going to take us to this particular report. So I'll click on the link. Okay, just give me 1 second while I drag the screen to the screen where you can see exactly what I'm doing. All right, so I'm just going to copy the link. Okay. So let's go to the report. And like I said, you'd all have access to this eventually. You'd have access to this. You can all go back here and get to see the report yourself. Now, this is the specific page we were looking at, and I'm going to maximize it a bit so that we can see it better. Okay. Now, at the left-hand side, you have the jobs that are growing in demand, or the jobs that would grow in demand. And what do you notice? The very first job, AI, and machine learning specialists within the data ecosystem, people that are in AI, machine learning, data scientists, and so on and so forth. Number 3 is business intelligence analysts, right? And these are professionals who simply can create automated systems of how to report, create reports and data from data warehouses, databases, and using tools like Power BI to showcase those reports. You have data analysts and data scientists. Okay, I want us to take note of these jobs I'm highlighting: AI, machine learning, business intelligence, data analysts, data scientists. You have big data specialists. You have data engineers. All right. And if I scroll all the way down, you have database architects. I'll keep on scrolling. You have financial analysts as well. And if we keep on going, you'd notice that across the jobs that will grow in demand, which you have at the left-hand side, a whole lot of the jobs are focused in the area within the data ecosystem. Okay, most of them are focused within the data ecosystem, which is very instructive. So we want to ensure that we've picked out a couple of those jobs. Okay, we picked out a couple of those jobs, and I want us to just take note of it: data analyst, data scientist, business intelligence analyst, AI, machine learning, database architect, financial analysts, and so on and so forth. Okay, now let's take a look at the jobs that are declining, which means jobs that in the next, between 2023 and 2027, you'd have significant drop in those jobs. All right, bank tellers, related clerks, postal services, data entry clerks, accounting, bookkeeping, and payroll, home appliance installers. And if you keep on going and scrolling all the way, insurance underwriters, social media strategists, accountants, and auditors. So you get to see these roles. And the first time I saw these reports, I was a bit, shocked at some of the roles I saw that would decline within the next few years. And of course, it's dawned on me that as an accountant, you can't just do the basic fundamental accounting anymore. You need to add some level of technology or tech skill to take the accounting to the next level. So it's very key and very important, because when you look at a role like financial analyst growing in demand, you can see that right here. And you see jobs like accounting, okay, accounting, bookkeeping, you have accountants and auditors. These are jobs that are going to decline in demand. Why is that the case? Okay, so as an accountant, as somebody in finance, your key focus would want to be, what can I add to the skills I already have to ensure that I'm competitive and I stay competitive within the job market and have access to numerous job opportunities that are available. All right. So I want everybody to go back to this report, have a look at it. It's very, very important, especially for those that would want to transition and make the switch eventually. I want to move into a new career path. Where are the opportunities when I'm trying to get jobs? Look for where the jobs would grow in demand. And that's where the future of works reports becomes, or the future of jobs reports becomes very important to anybody who is trying to make a switch. Okay, so I just thought I should show you that very quickly. And we're going to go back to the slide. I can see so many questions and interactions in the chat, but I'll take questions at the end of the session so that we manage time effectively. Okay, now, once you've identified that, look, most of the jobs that are growing demand are either within the tech ecosystem or sustainability. You can see number 2 is sustainability specialist. I want to focus on the tech ecosystem. All right. It means that if I get skills that can get me into the tech ecosystem, or a tech related skills where I can work in different industries and sectors, just like I did myself, using myself as a case in point, I had an undergraduate in industrial chemistry. Okay, just like many of you, studied nothing related to tech, nothing related to computer science. I was a graduate of industrial chemistry, and I started my career as a management consultant, but then I pivoted into data analytics, and I've been doing that for close to a decade. Okay. And that has gotten me into different sectors. I've worked in oil and gas, in power. While I was in the energy sector, I've gotten to work with in the financial services sector for an organization owned by the Central Bank of Nigeria and the NDIC and all commercial banks. And working in the financial services sector, moving to the energy sector, moving to the automobile and different other sectors. How is that even possible? And that's the power of having tech-related skills. And it opens up so many doors and opportunities for you. So the demand today is growing at an unprecedented rate. And how do you get into the space and take advantage of the opportunities available? And there's been no better time to get into tech than today. There's no better time to get into tech than today. So what we've done at Analytics is to look at the analysis we carried out at the end of 2022 to see the projection of where the jobs would be in the next 5 to 10 years. We took the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report, the one I just showed you, and the IMF report as well. And then we came up with 3 criteria to selecting the programs that we offer. How can you learn these skills to get those jobs and apply and take advantage of the demand within those areas? So you want to ensure, one of the things we looked at was to ensure that whatever skill you're going to learn must not be something that will take you another 4 years in the university or take you a full 1 year, in a master's program. You don't have all that time. You want to learn something in a few months, get the skills, and then transition. So it must be easy to learn. So that's number one, ease of learning. That was one of the major criteria we looked at. Second criteria was ease of transitioning and getting a job, meaning that the jobs are there, they're high in demand. All you have to do is get the skills and start to apply. So that was the second criteria for us. Ease of learning, number one, ease of transitioning, number two, and number three was high and rewarding salaries. So even though I have seen in the Future of Jobs reports that as a financial analyst or data scientist, the jobs are there, they're going to grow in demand. Is the salary also fantastic? I want to know, because tech is the new money. Tech is the new oil today, and that's where the money is. Everybody wants to get into that. So how do you also ensure that the new skills you're learning can take you into a career that would pay you high and rewarding salary? So we looked at these 3 criteria stemming from those reports and the analysis we had done, and we came up with 6 different career paths. 6 different career paths. And this is how you identify jobs that are high in demand. You don't want to go into a career where you learn the skill and you search for jobs for the next 1 year, and you have to learn another skill again because you just see that no opportunities in the new skill you've just gained. So the first program that we found as one of the skills or career path that will get you a job in little or no time is the business analysis. Number 2, data analytics. Number 3, financial analytics. 4, HR analytics. 5, full stack data science. And number 6, data engineering. So you saw these jobs in the Future of Jobs report. Okay, any career path you move into that is data related within the data ecosystem, you can rest assured that you'd get jobs because the demand is always going to grow. And I'll give you a typical example. In the UK, I always give this example all the time. In the UK, for example, every year, you have about 30,000 jobs available to be filled. 30,000 jobs within the data ecosystem to be filled every single year, year on year. Now, with the immigrants and graduates from the university, they can only fill 10,000 of those jobs. 10,000. So you have a gap of 20,000 jobs that never gets filled every year in the UK. Why is that the case? If these jobs are available, why are people not taking advantage of these jobs? What does it take to learn the skill? That would be the next question. Okay, so it's very instructive and very important that we know how to look for those jobs that are in demand. the in-demand jobs. That's number one strategy you have to put into place. So you're not just learning any skill that you hear everybody talking about or shouting about. You are learning skills that you know would get you the job eventually, because it's going to grow in demand in the next few years. It's in demand today, and the demand is even going to grow in the next few years. All right. So we came up with these 6 key programs. And what we're going to do is I'll show you what you need, how to structure your job search, how to ensure that you get the maximum positive outcome at the end of the day when you're trying to get a job, and how we've been able to do it for so many other people who have gotten into our programs, completed the programs, and they've gotten jobs. I'll showcase and share some of the success stories that we have today. So once you've identified the in-demand jobs, 6 of them: business analysis, data analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, full stack data science, and data engineering, you then have to know where to search for these jobs. Okay, especially for the sponsored jobs. That's also a major, area people fall short. Okay, so you've learned the skill. You decide, I want to become a data analyst or a data scientist or a data engineer or a financial analyst. Where do I search for sponsored jobs in the UK? And what are the things I need to take note of? Okay, we're not going to go into the nitty-gritty because we've had so many sessions on, moving from getting sponsored jobs across different regions in the UK, how to also get LMIA jobs in Canada, and how to also transition in the US as well. We've had so many sessions on this. We'll share the link. We'll put it on the slide for you to have access to that. But how do you find these jobs, and where do you find these jobs? That's number 2. So you know now, you've done your research, you know where to look, you know the jobs that are high in demand. You have to know where to look for these jobs. All right. And we're going to go practical, and I'll share a little bit of insights into how you can tailor your search to ensure that you get success out of it. All right. So where can I apply it to sponsor jobs? Okay. And like I said, Femina would come talk about the US and Canada while I focus on the UK, in the UK rather. So some of the areas you want to look at, first of all, is we've covered the area of identifying that the jobs are high in demand. And one of the ways you can easily check if a job is also high in demand, if narrowing it down to the UK, is to look for something called the shortage occupation list. Okay, shortage occupation list. So we've done this session so many times, and that's why like I said, we're not going to go into too more details because of time. Shortage occupation list, which is something anybody can search, and I'll just show you very quickly. I'll go back to the website. Just give me 1 second. We're going to look at the shortage occupation very quickly, and then I'll show you how you can also search for the job codes that are crucial to you getting jobs that are high in demand in the UK. So when you see people that come from Tenalytics, you see the fantastic testimonial and they get jobs, you start to wonder, how did they do it? Where did they search for their jobs and so on? So I'm going to search for shortage occupation lists. Okay, so once you search for this, you'd see the skilled worker visa shortage occupations. Okay, I'm going to click on this and it takes me to the gov.uk website. Now, what's the shortage occupation list? These are jobs that are currently in demand in the UK, but you don't have enough people to fill those roles. So you don't have enough human capacity to fill the roles, but those roles are available, all right? And this is the list. Now, I want us to focus on 2 key codes. Okay, I'm just going to scroll. You can see so many of them. The health services, public health managers and directors, residential day domiciliary care, people in the health and care sector. But I'm going to scroll all the way down to the code 2135 and the code 2136, which is where we are concerned about this today. 2135, the IT business analyst, okay, which is one of the career paths we had looked at as growing in demand. We saw that from the World Economic Forum report. Okay, programmers, software development professionals, all jobs. Now, 2136 also encompasses different other roles, and I'll show you how you can easily check as well. But the focus for us is on 2135 and 2136, because you'd see that IT business analyst, I can learn how to become a business analyst within the space of about 3 months, and I can get a job within this area. And because it is on the shortage occupation list, when I'm applying for a sponsored visa, a skilled worker visa, it gives me automatic 20 points extra. Now, a lot of people don't know that the skilled worker visa is a point-based. It's given based on points. It's a point-based system. You need to score 70 points to apply for a tier 2 skilled worker visa. All right, so they don't know. And one of the advantages of getting an offer in a job role that is on the shortage occupation list is that it gives you additional 20 points. Okay, if you scroll all the way to the top where you have the ONS occupation coding tool, if I click on this, okay, so you can search for any job title to find and see the code. Now let's try. I'm going to type data analyst. We saw the 2 codes I said we should focus on, right? I want you to type the code. If you remember the 2 codes I said we should focus on today, just type it into the chat. If you remember the 2 codes I talked about, type it into the chat. There are so many messages coming up. I don't know if you're trying to send me something earlier, maybe you want to send it again. I think I must have missed it. Okay, so let's see if you're following me. 2135, 2136, absolutely fantastic. So we're all together. Okay, we are all together. Brilliant. 2135, 2136. Now, if I come to the ONS occupation list, and I'm going to type data analyst, okay? And I click on search. So this is where you can easily search for the code for specific job titles. So I click on search. You would see that it will give me different job titles and their respective codes, okay? So analyst data 3539, which is a common code for analysts as well. You'd also see analyst data as well, 2135, analyst data computing, 2136. Now, when you get offers from organizations as a data analyst, and the organization uses the code 2136 as the code for that role, automatically you get 20 points when applying for a skilled worker visa. Okay, and that's the way it works. So you see 2135, 2136, those are the areas you want to focus on because those are the areas within the tech ecosystem as a business analyst, as a data scientist, as a data analyst, as a data engineer, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it's very important that, like I said, we start to understand how we work when looking at these things. So when we're applying to jobs, we know exactly what we are doing. So now that we know some of the areas we need to search for these jobs, let's go in there and start to check. Now, there are a couple of other things you need to take note of. After identifying the in-demand jobs, we looked at that, came up with 6 programs, right? 6 career paths. Secondly, part of the advantage or the advantages you get is if the job is on the shortage occupation list, SOL, which you can just search, Google, and it will come up, okay? Number 3 is the organization you are applying to has a license to sponsor you. All right, the organization you're applying to should have a license to sponsor. It's very, very important. So if the organization has a license to sponsor, fantastic, you're in a very good place. Now, if they don't have a license to sponsor, then you're not likely going to get any sponsorship certificates or certificates of sponsorship from that particular organization. All right, now let's check for some of the roles available. All right, let's check for some of the roles available. And one of the major areas you can go to, UK Hired, jobvisa.co.uk, another very fantastic website you can always check. I recommend UK Hired. I recommend Job Visa. I recommend UK Visa Jobs. But UK Visa Jobs is not free. You have to pay money for you to have access to UK Visa Jobs. But UK Hired is free. Okay, UK Hired is free. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to go to UK Hired and we're going to search, and you would see how you can meet some of these roles by simply looking at if the job is on the shortage occupation, if it meets certain criteria, and so on and so forth. So I'll go back to the browser very quickly, and we're going to search for some of these jobs. So let's get back. So like I said, Femena is coming back to show us one or two things. So I'm going to type ukhired.com/jobs. So you have all this on the slide already. And the thing about UK Hired, the advantage and why I like it is, even though they don't have too many jobs on the platform, it tells you if you can get a sponsored job by clicking on any of the job roles. I'm just going to type analysts here, the job title. Okay, I'll just type analysts and that's it. Let's see some of the roles that come up. Commercial analyst. Now, this is another thing when searching for jobs. A lot of people see jobs like commercial analyst, and because they have not studied anything commercial analyst, they leave the job role and be like, I'm not sure I can get this job. One thing we always advise is you look at the job requirements. Now, guess what? Anybody who has joined the financial analytics program at Tenalytics can apply to this commercial analyst role. And we're going to check it out and see. It's closing on the 10th of November. I'm going to click on it. Let's go into it and see what the requirement for the job is. Okay. All right. So it's up now. So this is a job from Eon. The salary is 47,000 per year. Location Coventry. It's a full-time role. All right. So let's see what you'll be doing as a commercial analyst. You'd work with the City Energy Solutions, a growing business. Right now, we are looking for a commercial analyst to join our evaluation and analysis team. Now, what are the key things you'll be responsible for? That's where you want to look at. You'll be doing what? You would use existing financial models for new projects. Okay? Understand the tender request and project strategy documents, imputing content into an Excel model to generate what? A financial profile. All right. So looking at it, you can tell that it's a financial analyst related role. So whenever you see commercial analyst, financial planning and analytics is also a financial analyst role. So learning the skill in those areas would give you the opportunity to apply to jobs like this. All right. Challenge the commercial assumption and highlight areas that would improve this, the risk. So financial risk. Okay. Create what-if scenarios and also use the financial model to assess the risk. So now you see what the jobs require. Okay, it's a financial analyst role. What we need from you: strong commercial acumen, understanding of risk, a financial background with knowledge of net present value, internal rate of return, IRR, excellent financial spreadsheet modeling skills. Spreadsheet modeling, simply Microsoft Excel. Okay, developed critical and numerical reasoning, ability to multitask, and so on and so forth. Now, let's go to the point-based, and I want to talk a little bit about this. Remember, I talked about the fact that for you to transition and get a skilled worker visa, you need 70 points. Applying to this job gives you 60 points, and I'll tell you the reason why. First of all, the job is on a level on the RFQ 3 or above. What that means is simply the job is above A levels. To put it simply, RFQ 3 and above means the job is above A levels. So any job above A levels, mandatory, it's a mandatory requirement for a skilled worker visa, it gets 20 points. All right. The organization offering this job has a license to sponsor. Not all companies can sponsor. Okay, not all companies can sponsor. In the US, for example, only 10% of the organizations in the US has the license to sponsor. So these are things you need to also know. And I'll show you how to check for those organizations that can sponsor. So when you're applying to jobs, you don't just jump in and apply. You check for all these things. Okay, so the job is offered by a licensed sponsor, meaning that they have the license to sponsor you. That's another 20 points. Okay, if the salary is above 25,600, you get another 20 points. If it is below 25,600, but I think around 22,000 plus, thereabout, I can't remember the exact figure, you get 10 points. But if it is above 25,600, you get additional 20 points. So these are 60 points you get from applying to this job. So how do you get the extra 10 points to meet 70? That's the question. Now, there are areas you have to consider. If you are a student in the UK and you are trying to convert from a tier 4 student visa to a tier 2 skilled worker visa, as long as you are a student, you get another automatic 20 points. All right. So you'd see that below here. So you can either get additional 10 points if you meet the English language requirement. So for every student who is in the UK, you must have met the English language requirement. So it's automatic for you. All right. And you'd also see that if you are switching from a UK student or graduate visa, you get additional 20 points. If you are under the age of 26, additional 20 points. So if I click on this, for example, I'm switching from a UK student to a graduate visa. Let's assume you are a student, you are, switching from a student visa, you want to get this job and move from a tier 4 to a tier 2. You select these options. Let's assume you're not a student, you are a dependent, for example. And however, you have written the IELTS, you meet the English language requirements, you select this, it gives you additional 10 points. So let's click on I'm switching from a UK student. And you can see it tells you congratulations. You now have 80 points that you can apply for the skilled worker visa. So switching from a student to a tier 2 visa gives you additional 20 points. All right. So now you have 80 over 70, meaning that you can apply to this job without any hassle. All right. And all you have to do is come here, click on apply now, and you start to complete the process. Now, why am I showing you this? It's very important that you understand that when you are searching for a job, you need to know where to search for those jobs. I've only showed you UK hired as one of the options to search for jobs. And there are so many other job roles. If we go back to UK hired very quickly, okay, you'd see the business analyst role as well. If I click on this, you'd see what is required for the business analyst role. What do you need to bring to the table? And this is where you need to focus on. Now, a lot of people bandy so many, I would say, ridiculous misconceptions, and they project those things on you. And you also have that stick at the back of your mind. And one of them is, I need a certification to get a job. I need to have a master's to get a job. I need to be this. I need to be absolutely intelligent, overboard to get a job. And all those things, like I say, they're all garbage. They're nonsense. What you need to do is look at the requirements. What are they looking for? What are they looking for? Are they looking for a certificate? If they are, then yes, please be my guest. Go get a certificate. But if they are not, what are they looking for? We're looking for a successful candidate to demonstrate competence in different areas, build rapport quickly, understand the bigger picture, elicit and analyze requirements, okay? Provide analysis to support the delivery of core productions. I want to highlight a couple of skills that are specific to a business analyst role, okay? Experience in supporting significant business change activities using known business change methodologies, e.g. ADKAR, all right? What else? Demonstrates experience in complex operational improvements and so on. Now, you can also check, this gives you automatic 80 points, right off the bat and so on. So you can check for all these jobs, and then you get to see financial planning and analysis analysts, which is also a financial analyst role. You go through it, see what they need, and then that gives you an idea of how to start to acquire the skills that you need to get this particular job. Okay, so you need to know where to search for these jobs. Now, when you know where to search for these jobs, you've seen the requirements, you know what they want, you know that I can get these skills, I can learn these skills and apply to these jobs because the jobs are there. And you have those for the US, for Canada as well. You know that I can go to these different websites, search for the jobs, and if Femena would come talk about the US, Canada, and so on. But like I mentioned, I'm just going to harp a little bit on the UK. How do you be a step ahead of the game? You've seen the jobs that are high in demand. You've seen the shortage occupation list. You need to be ahead of the game, all right? So you need to know the companies that are likely going to give you opportunities, even if they haven't even highlighted, all right? How do you outsmart the potential employer without, even if they haven't indicated that this particular job comes with visa sponsorship? And like I always tell people, sometimes you'd see that job, they would have nothing on it that says it comes with sponsorship, but you can get sponsored from the job. But how do you find out? How do you know? So do you wait forever searching for that sponsored job? Or is it possible for you to also get a job that you know that even though they haven't indicated that it comes with sponsorship, you can get that sponsorship from them? But how do you find out? And that's where you have to outsmart your potential employer. You have to be a step ahead of the game, all right? And how do you do this? You get the job first of all. But remember that you know that you can get sponsorship, because it's important you know this first of all before you get the job. So you get the job, that should be your focus. And after you've gotten the job, outperform. Work like you have never worked before and show them that you are worth that sponsorship because of the value you bring to the team, because of your professionalism, because of all the things you're able to do since you joined them, showing that you're of good value to the team. You are an irreplaceable employee, even though there's nothing like that, but you show them that you are irreplaceable. You are that dependable person that will come solve the problems and so on and so forth. Okay? But always remember that you must have done your research. You need to know that this particular company can sponsor me. All right, because if they can't sponsor and you get the job, no matter how good you are, the sponsorship would never come. Because first of all, maybe they don't have the license to sponsor you. Secondly, even if they have the license, their track record might not be very good to show that they have sponsored quite a number of people in the last few years. So you need to be able to check to see if they have sponsored previously. In the year 2022, how many people did they sponsor? They sponsored 5,000 people. So that means that the organization has the capacity to sponsor. Perhaps they haven't indicated it on this job role, but if I show them that I'm worth it, I can request for it. And how do you check? One of the best ways to check, like I said, I'm going to quickly show you as I wrap up my own part of the session for today, is to check companyjobs.co.uk. Okay, and I'm going to go there to show you companyjobs.co.uk. And that's where you can check for the companies that have offered certificates of sponsorship. So it's like you hoping that somebody dashes, that uncle you always go to. So while we were young, you go visit your uncle. And then when you are leaving, your uncle gives you, take 1,000 naira, use it to buy biscuits, buy sweets and something. So you're very excited. You're always happy to go to that uncle's place. But that particular uncle that no matter how many times you go to his place, he never gives you even 5 naira. You don't want to go there. All right. So there is no hope that anything would come out. But that uncle that gives you money regularly, you know that if I go there, there's a chance, even if I don't get 1,000 naira, I get 500. All right. And that's the mentality. So you want to know that this organization, even though they haven't said they'll give you sponsorship, there is a tendency based on their track record that they can offer you that sponsorship because they've given a lot of sponsorships in the past. So you need to check. Okay. So I'm just simply going to go back. I'll click on this link. It's going to take us to companyjobs.co.uk. And I want to show you, okay, I want to show you how to search for those organizations. So when you are applying by being strategic. You're not just doing things haphazardly and as hoping that something would work out when really you are not doing the right things. Okay, so once you go to companyjobs.co.uk/visa sponsorship, you'd see a COS database. What's the COS? Certificate of Sponsorship. Organizations that have given sponsorship in the last 1 year, 2022, and how many certificates of sponsorship have they given? All right. So when we say that most of our participants at Analytics, they always get hired by the NHS. They always get hired by the NHS, and the jobs come with sponsorship. I'm going to showcase some of their stories with you. So when you get a job with a company like the NHS, let's search. Before we search anything, you first of all see the results. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of things for you to also look at. Now, Concordia UK Limited, if you look at this company, let me maximize a bit so you can see my screen better. You'd see that last year they issued how many COS? 9,983. Meaning that if I see any job opening from these organizations, even though they haven't indicated that it comes with sponsorship, there is a very high tendency I get sponsorship from this company. So you're not applying to any company, applying to any jobs. You are looking and you are strategic in how you apply. Now, if I search for the NHS, for example, I come here and I just search for the NHS. And of course, the NHS has different NHS foundations across different councils and so on. But let's just search for the NHS and see. Search listings and let's see. So you have different NHS Foundation Trust across different areas. And the Manchester University NHS Foundation Trust, for example, last year, how many COS did they issue? 1,548. What does that mean? This means that if I see a job opening from Manchester University NHS Foundation Trust, and I'll tell you just for a fact, if you see any job opening from the NHS, be my guest and apply. I'm telling you today, go ahead and apply. Data analyst, business analyst, HR analyst, financial analyst, go ahead and apply, because when you get the job, you're going to get sponsorship, even though they haven't indicated. All right, it comes up in the course of having conversations around that. So you look at the NHS generally, and you'd see what they have offered in terms of sponsorship over the last 1 year. And when you're applying to jobs, rather than just going ahead to apply, sorry, I'm just going to go back. Rather than just going ahead to apply, you are applying by doing what? Looking at different areas and different strategies that will give you the best possible results. Okay, so you look at the different NHS trusts across different regions and you see the number of sponsorships they've given. So it's like that uncle that always gives you money, even though he hasn't said he's going to give you money. But when you are leaving, you know that he's going to hand over something to you. And those are the people you want to get jobs with. So your job search has to be strategic. Number one, identify the in-demand skills. Number two, know where to search for these jobs. Which are the things we take our time and focus at Analytics to help you do? All right. We don't leave you to start figuring things out yourself, apply everywhere. No, you have a tailored approach to searching for jobs. Number three, you have to know the companies that are valuable to you based on what you are searching for or what you are looking for. All right. You don't just apply to any company and hope that something happens. You need to check. You need to also check for the shortage occupation list. You need to look at the companies with a license to sponsor, which I think I also have on my slide here. I also have that on my slide. And I want you, once you get the slide, please take out time, click on the link. Here, it takes you to the companies that have the license to sponsor you. Those are the valuable companies. Lastly, you have to what? Apply, apply, and apply. For us, we'll tell you for a fact that if you're trying to get a job, the job search, the job application process is a job on its own, and you take it with all seriousness. You must apply to as many jobs as you can. in order to secure that particular job role. And we recommend a minimum, and I emphasize on the word minimum, of 20 jobs per day, which would give you roughly 140 jobs per week. Remember, you're not the only person applying to that job. If it's a remote job, everybody across the globe is also applying to that same job you're applying to. So you have to apply to as many as you can to increase your chances of getting the job. So just before I bring in Efemena to come in, so these are the four-pronged approach to job searching and job application. Four-pronged approach. Number one is to identify the jobs that are high in demand. We've done that. 6 key career paths. Number two, where do I apply to these jobs? Not just applying to the jobs to get a job, but to apply to get sponsorship. How do I know the companies that are valuable that would sponsor me? Can I see their track record? What have they done in the last year? Even if they haven't indicated that this job comes with sponsorship, can I ask for sponsorship along the line because they have a good track record of offering sponsorship? And how do I apply? How many times do I need to apply? You have people applying to 2 jobs in a day and they think they've done so well. Your chances of getting a job, applying to 2-3 jobs, will be very, very slim. 20 jobs minimum per day, 140 per week, that gives you, and the jobs are there. Every single day you see thousands of job roles available for the taking. All right. And most of these things always seems impossible until people start to do them. Okay. And that's why we're going to showcase some of the success stories of the people that have joined our program and they've done remarkably well. Ikmat is somebody we are always very proud of. Ikmat, she was a stay-at-home mom for 4 years. She had to take care of her kids. She was in the UK. She decided to get back into the job market. She joined our data analytics program at Analytics. And she joined in March 2023. She completed in July and she got a job in September 2023. Full visa sponsorship with the NHS. So when I tell you that apply, any job you see with the NHS, really go ahead and apply. I mean, that's of course in the areas you have learned a new skill. Go ahead and apply. You're likely going to get that job because we know what they want. We've worked with them so many times. We have so many of our participants working with them. We know what the recruitment stages, the recruitment process looks like. So it's easy for you to ace those, recruitment processes and stages. It also comes with visa sponsorship. So you don't worry about that as part of the process. So this is Ikmat's story. Fantastic lady. You're going to get to listen to her and what she said, in getting the job. Because she was still a student and she couldn't work. She had 1 month into the program, she got a job. She got an offer that also came with sponsorship. However, she couldn't take the job because she was a student. But by the time she completed the program, she had wrapped up her master's program. She joined the NHS. You also have Ramat. Fantastic Ramat. Ramat works as a business analyst in the UK, also with the NHS. Also with the NHS. All right. So when I say the NHS, fantastic. They recruit the highest number of analytics participants. Ramat joined in April, completed in July, got a job in August. Full visa sponsorship as well as a business analyst. You have Nathaniel. Nathaniel currently works with one of the largest private research pharmaceutical firms in Barcelona, Spain. So I could hear some people, in the chat. I saw some messages saying, oh, how about Europe? What do I need to do? Nathaniel is in Europe. He's in Spain, got a job as a data scientist with Boehringer, and he joined our program in March, completed in July, got a job in September as a data scientist in Spain. We have Idris at DBC, got a job as a data engineer with Jaguar Land Rover in the UK, in Coventry. He joined in October 2022, completed his program in February, and that same month, he got a job with Jaguar Land Rover here in the UK as well. You have Maureen, who is in Canada, who got a job as a HR data analyst with TELUS, one of the largest telecommunications company in Canada. She joined in April, completed in July, got a job in August. And of course, you also have Solomon. Solomon, an engineering graduate from Nigeria, joined our financial analytics program, got a job as a financial analyst with Kegos. He joined us in January, completed in April, got his job in May. All right. So the question is it impossible? Is it difficult to get into this career path? And it's one of the best things you can do in terms of transitioning. You have to ask yourself the question, just like we started, what are the career paths that are valuable, where I'll get that job satisfaction, I can work remotely, I can learn the skills within a short period of time and start to extract value. All right, you get to listen to all these people and hear what they've said, how they were able to do it, what did analytics really do for them. And of course, while Efemina comes in, I'll come back to also show you something very important, because one of the mistakes people make is to assume that all they need is to be good technically. So technical skill, I have to know how to use Excel. I must be an expert. People always assume that's what they need, but the technical part is just 50%. All right? You need another 50%. Part of the other 50% that you need is what I just spoke about today. That's a fraction of what you need. The other parts that you must put in place in knowing how to search for these jobs, where to search for the jobs, the strategies, which specific companies would give me what I need, and what do I need to do? Even if this job is not sponsored, should I apply or not? I'll come back to share some of those things with you that if you don't have, you are just 50% into your journey and you're not likely going to get a job with just your technical skill. Okay. Of course, I know you have some very burning questions, and we'll take those questions, obviously. Femena would come in and walk us through the remote part of things. I'm not sure what the time is looking like now. But if you're there.
Yeah, I am. Yes. I'm just gonna go ahead straight into it, okay? I'm sure you guys are having a wonderful time. I'm pretty sure you guys have learned, something fantastic today. If you have learned something new, something you've never known how to do before, please drop a one in the chat real quick. So if you've learned something new today, please guys, drop a one in the chat. I'm expecting this thing to be buzzing. I'm expecting this thing to be going. Going, yes, exactly. All right, let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So some people are in the chat and sending messages. I want you guys to calm down. I want you guys to just take. Don't worry. Literally, we are not going anywhere. We're going to give you everything that we know, all the knowledge, all the things that we know. You're going to get access to it. Okay. So there's no need for you to rush. Why not this? Why not that? Why not? Don't worry. Get a piece of paper. Get a pen. Okay, and jot things down. If you have a question, just write it down. Don't just note it. All right. And we're going to answer questions at the end of the session. Okay. So it's going to be difficult for us to go through the session and also answer questions. It's literally going to be very distracting for people that are following. So what you need to do is just listen. Literally, that's all we see. Just take a seat back, take a chilled Coke, or if you have cold water. If you don't have cold water, take tap water. It's also fine. All right. And just relax and just listen. That's all we're saying. All right. Everything we are going to do is practical. Okay, nobody's going to make assumption that you know exactly what to do. Everything will be practical. All right. So literally just listen. If you have a question, please note it down, get a pen, all right, to write it down so you don't forget. Okay. All right. So this time around, we're going to be exploring a very beautiful aspect, which is, applying for remote tech jobs. Okay. I get, we get a lot of messages. We get a lot of people coming through to analytics saying that, oh, I'm in the UK, I have limitation to 20 hours work. Can I get something else? Can I get a job? Do you understand? And your limitations are only based in the UK. All right. Your limitations are not based in, other foreign countries, or even if you're in Nigeria, or you're in Ghana, you're in Sierra Leone, you're in South Africa. All right. You could actually still apply for these same tech roles we're going to be looking at today. So where can I apply for remote tech jobs? Okay. And it's going to be very interesting, very practical. And some of these places, you might be familiar with it, or you really just don't know that it works. And those are the things that we're going to be exploring today to shed more light to how you could actually apply for remote tech jobs and actually get it. Okay. So these are the things we're going to be looking at today. All right. So the next, maybe 1 hour plus. All right. I'm going to be going through how you can apply for remote tech jobs, across different regions, across the world, essentially. All right. One thing you should know at the back of your mind, yeah, tech skills are what they're regarded as, global tech jobs, okay, global tech skills, okay? So meaning that literally across the world, that skill that you've learned is in demand, not just within your geographical location, but also outside your geographical location. So regardless of anywhere you find yourself, okay, and you have a tech skill, you can literally, your skill is in demand everywhere. All right. And it's not just, oh, I have learned something. I'm looking for jobs in Nigeria. No, it's not just Nigeria. It's also literally in the UK, across Europe, across Canada, so on and so forth. All right. So looking at the career paths that we offer, okay, I want to ask you guys now, and I want you guys to read that deep down in your mind here. Which of these career paths would you be looking to get started in? Which of these career paths would you be looking at getting started in? Put it in the chat. All right. Let's see. All right, so we have data analytics, we have data engineer, so we have business analysis, data analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, full stack data science, which is data science also, data engineering, and power platform. Let's see. Okay, let's see what you guys have there. All right, so I can see quite a number of people. I can see quite a number of people asking, data analytics, data science, data engineering, so on and so forth. You guys are doing absolutely well. I love the energy in the house. You guys are fantastic. I won't lie to you guys. All right. So you guys are doing well. Data engineering, BA, business analysis, data. It seems like data analytics, business analysis, and data science. A bit of data engineering also has been, going on a lot. All right. So we're going to be exploring this career path, each one of them, because we get a lot of people saying that, oh, it's only data analysts that get data, get remote jobs, only business analysts, can a financial analytics professional also get remote jobs? Can an HR analyst also get remote jobs? Can a data science, everybody asks this question. So we're going to be looking at each career path and we're going to be exploring, what this career path is about and also where can you get remote jobs for each of these career jobs. All right. And those are the things we're going to be exploring in the next 1 hour. So that's why I just want you to listen. All right. So we're going to be looking at each career path. All right. We're going to be exploring what kind of jobs do they do? What do they do? First of all, I'm sure majority of you in the house don't really know what a business analyst does. You don't know what a data analyst would do on a day-to-day basis. You don't know what a financial analyst would do, and so on and so forth. So we're going to explore that aspect. We're also going to explore where you can get remote jobs for these kind of roles. All right. All right. So let's jump straight into it without wasting too much time. Okay. The top sites that we're going to be exploring today, number one is LinkedIn. All right. So you'll see it appears, LinkedIn appeared when we're talking about sponsored jobs. All right. When you're talking about remote jobs, also, LinkedIn is a fantastic place for you to get a job. All right. Remote job. And I'm going to show you how to do it. We're going to be talking about flex jobs. Okay. We're going to be talking about built in. I'm going to be talking about Upwork, Glassdoor, Remote.co, Wellfound, and Indeed. So these are like the very most common places where you can actually get remote jobs. How do you do that? Don't worry, I'm going to show you. All right. There are other places that we use personally within the team. All right. That is not public information that we use personally for our people within the team with data analytics. All right. But these are like the normal ones that you can get access to easily, okay? And those are the ones that I'm bringing forward to you, okay? So let's go straight into it. Let's talk about the first two roles, business analyst, data analyst. Now, these two roles, a lot of people think they are the same thing. A lot of people think that the business analyst is also the same thing as a data analyst, all right? And a lot of people come around to say, I think that's one of the most asked questions. Who is a data analyst? Who is a business analyst? And these roles always get intertwined. So I'm going to be exploring this aspect first of all. Who is a business analyst, and also who is a data analyst? Okay. All right. Before we now start to look for jobs for a data analyst and a business analyst, but let us go first of all understand what type of jobs do these people do, or what's the role all about, and can I do this particular role? All right, so let's start with the business analyst, okay? And I'm going to be very brief with this. I'm not going to go too detailed, I'm not going to spend too much time. I'll go as detailed as possible. All right. So we have the business analyst, okay? All right, which is business analysis. The career part is business analysis. And the person that does business analysis is called a business analyst, okay? All right. Now, in every organization, okay, so I'm just going to draw a very small organization, okay? In every organization, okay? Because I assume we all do houses like this. In every organization, okay, it comprises of three things. It's every organization comprises of three things. We have, you know, we have the people, okay, we have processes, all right, all right, and we have technology. So every organization comprises of these three things. Every single organization. In order for you to have the best organization across the world, you must have good people, you must have excellent processes, and you must have technology to back up the processes, the things that you do within your organization. All right. So take for example, okay, the key thing for a business analyst, the key thing for a business analyst is the business processes. You see this process here? Every organization has processes within the business itself. So take for example, as simple as, oh, you want to go on leave within the organization. All right. So take for example, you want to go on leave within your organization. There's a process you go through in order for you to go on leave. All right. So if it's a random organization, you would say, oh, you send an email to your direct boss. All right. That's the process. So you must send an email to your direct boss, and your direct boss then would approve. Okay. Then that approval will go to HR and so on and so forth. So that's the process. In order for you to go on leave, you must send an email, it must get approved, so on and so forth. So everything within an organization, there are processes. If you, as a customer, okay, you want to buy a product on Amazon, there is a process you go through in order for you to purchase a product on Amazon, even on Jumia, or you want to send money, all right? There's a process you go through in order for you to send money through your banking app or through the web application or through an ATM. There are certain processes you go through in order for you to achieve certain things within any organization. Now, the business analyst, okay, the key focus for the business analyst is to optimize this process. All right, optimize these processes within the organization. All right. So optimize the processes. How can we make this business process a lot faster, a lot efficient than it used to be? All right. So if you're working with, I'm just going to use real life examples to explain this, okay? So you also understand. Now, so if you're working with a company like Jumia, okay, you're working with a company called Jumia. Jumia is an e-commerce firm in Nigeria, okay? And Jumia did process for delivering a package. So if you order a product on Jumia, all right, you order a product on Jumia, okay, it probably takes them, let's say it takes them 3 days for them to deliver that product to you. Let's just assume, we're just making an assumption. Let's say it takes them 3 days for that product to be delivered. So you ordered today, it will take them 3 days in order for them to deliver that product to you. All right. Now, the business analyst would examine this particular product, would examine this particular process, okay? Would examine the process, the process of delivery, and question it to say that why should it take 3 days for us to deliver a particular product to the end user? Why should it be 3 days? All right. Our competitors are doing it in, within 1 to 2 days. Why are we doing ours in 3 days? So how can we optimize this, product delivery service that we render to get it done within 1 to 2 days? That's the job of the business analyst. So the business analyst will do what we call process mapping, stakeholder engagement, speak to people within the organization to see, all right, are there ways we can actually optimize this business process? All right. Is there a way we can reduce the delivery time from 3 days to maybe same day delivery or even just a day delivery or whatever the case might be? Is there a way we can optimize that business process? That is the job of the business analyst. So the business analyst is process oriented. All right. So if you are good with documentation, all right, you're good with speaking with people, you know how to hold conversations with people. This is the kind of role that you would do well in. All right. So, anything else to do with processes, process optimization, process enhancement, This is like the key features of of the role called business analysis. So that's what you'll be doing as a business analyst. Okay, so you're more processing tuned, you're more focused on how you can make certain processes within the business a lot better, a lot faster, a lot more efficient that you used to do before. Okay. Now on the other hand, okay, the data analyst, on the other hand, it doesn't really care so much about process. It doesn't care. The key focus for the data analyst is the data within the organization. So the data analyst is more focused on the business data of the organization. So every organization generates data consciously or unconsciously. They generate data. Either it is sales data, either it is revenue, it's a financials, whatever it is, they are always generating data. Now, the key role for the data analyst is to use this data to perform two type of analysis. All right. So the first one is descriptive analytics. All right. Descriptive analytics. And the next one is diagnostics. Okay. All right. Analytics. All right. So these are the type of analytics that you see a data analyst will perform. Now, descriptive analytics, okay, will answer a question. These two analytics are both answering two different types of questions. Descriptive analytics is answering the question, what happened? Okay, what happened? All right. So every business owner, every CEO, every C-suite executive, or every executive within the business always wants to figure out what happened in the business. Either it is last month, or it is last quarter, or it is last year, or last week. It could be any time, historical. It could be last week, it could be last month, it could be last quarter, it could be last 6 months, it could be last year, whatever the case might be. All right, you're trying to figure out what happened in the business. What was our revenue last year? What was our revenue in January? What was our revenue in March? What was our revenue in, and so on and so forth. You're trying to figure out what events happened the last certain number of periods. All right. So take, for example, you're working as a data analyst. You'll get questions like, oh, can I see, the trend of revenue year to date? All right. So you're trying to find out what has our revenue been, from January all the way to this particular month, okay, which is October. All right. What has our revenue been all the way from January all the way to October? So you're trying to figure out what happened from January in terms of revenue from January all the way to October. So now you see them draw, oh, in January, we made a revenue of 10 million. All right. In February, we made 12 million. All right. In March, we made, let's say, 50 million. Okay. Now, in January, you made 10 million. In February, you made 12 million. And in March, you made another 50 million. You can see the huge jump from 12 million to 50 million. Now, the role of the next thing the data analyst will do is to figure out why that happened, to diagnose that particular situation. All right. You're trying to diagnose that situation to figure out why that particular thing happened. So you move from 10 million in January to 12 million in February to 50 million in March. That's a huge jump. All right. The first question you answered was what happened. Now you know what happened. You did 10 million in January, you did 12 million in February, and 50 million in March. All right. The next question you need to figure out is why? Why did you make 50 million in March? Why? How did it happen? Okay. And that's when you now start to drill in a little bit better on the data. You need to drill in. You need to be able to do analysis, more advanced analytics to figure out the reasons why that particular thing happened. All right. So that's when you now start to, figure out marketing campaign. When did you run the campaign? Did you leverage an influencer? Did you run the advert on the weekend? Did you run it on a weekday? Did you perform better on this day than this day? What number of customers did you generate? What customers made the most transactions? What day of the week did they make the most transactions? You're answering those questions to figure out why you made more money in the month of March. All right. So you move from 10 to 12 to 50 million, and you need to figure out why you made 50 million. Because if you know why that particular thing happened, you will likely start to implement those initiatives. all right, to see how you can start to grow from that 50 million to 70 to 80 to 90, leveraging exactly what happened in March. All right. So that's the role of a data analyst. And these roles are very distinctive. The role of a business analyst, okay, is more process in tuned. You're trying to optimize business processes, while the data analyst is more data focused. All right. Answering two critical questions: what happened and why that particular thing happened. All right. So you're using data, you're more data focused as a data analyst, while the business analyst is more process in tune, more process enhancement. That's the role of the business analyst, more process in tune to figure out how to improve certain processes um, within the business, within the organization. All right. So now let's use LinkedIn. Okay, let's explore LinkedIn. Let's use LinkedIn to look for data analyst and business analyst job, remote jobs. We're looking at remote jobs. Okay, all right. Let's jump into it. I'm gonna go on LinkedIn. All right, just go on LinkedIn. Okay. All right. So, and I'm going to be going to jobs. Okay. I'm just walking you through the process of you applying for a job. Okay, as a business analyst. Okay. So business analyst. Okay. And you can specify where you want to get this job. So I'm going to go with United States. Okay. All right. If you're in the UK and you're looking for remote jobs in the UK, that's fantastic. That's good. All right. For anybody, you could actually do exactly what I'm doing if you're looking for a business analyst job, remote job for a business analyst in the United States. Okay. So now, once you search for business analyst in United States, okay, it's going to give you all the jobs you have in United States as business analyst, okay? Now, the key thing you need to do is just to select on-site, hybrid, and remote. You just select remote, okay? And now you have 838 results currently for the role of a business analyst, okay? Now, you see all these roles here, and you can see quite a number of them, okay? All United States remote, United States remote. This is remote, remote, remote. These are all remote roles in the United States. Now, I need to let you know that some of these roles will require you to be in the US. Even though it is fully remote, they will still require you to be in the US. But now, the flip side is you don't know. You don't know. All right. You can never know until you apply. All right. So the key thing here is it's 50-50. All right. In the big chance of it. Okay. Because some of these roles will require you to be in the US, but you don't know because it's never even if you take a look at this, they never state it in the job description. All right. That you have to be in the US. So they are very flexible to a very large extent. But if you see the role and you don't apply, you are losing out 100%. So if you look at this particular role and you're like, okay, I'm not going to apply for it, you have lost out, or they can never consider you for that role, okay, because you never applied. Okay, so one thing I usually tell guys from Analytics, going through Analytics, is apply for the job. The worst that will happen is they will reject to say that, oh, we're not looking for this kind of role, okay, or we're not considering you for this role. All right. But there's also another chance that they will consider you for the job role. So that's the reason why I tell you, once you do exactly what I just done, okay, you select remote job, please apply for the jobs that you see. Apply for the jobs. And now take a look at this. This is the first role that you see here. All right, take a look at this. All right. I told you already when I was talking about the key role of a business analyst, that communication is very key. You must be a people person. You must be good with documentation and so on and so forth. So you see now, business analyst responsibilities include communicating with clients to identify and analyze clients' needs. All right. Formulating the best course of action, creating solutions, proposals, and so on and so forth. So you see, this is not heavily code-based or technology. You don't see data analytics or data analysis or anything there. The key role for this is more documentation, process enhancement, documenting, requirement for clients or business stakeholders and so on and so forth. All right, let's take a look at another role. Okay, this is also another business analyst. This is salary for this is $65,000 to $90,000 per annum. Okay. So if you take a look at this, what are we looking for? All right. Proficiency in Microsoft Office, particularly Excel. Okay. Strong analytical skills, excellent communication, collaboration, and problem solving. All right, ability to work independently, and so on and so forth. So you see, these roles are not, heavily, they're more um people based. Okay, you would have to be very good with talking with people, understanding processes, and so on and so forth. But now, one key question I usually, or one key thing I like to educate people on is when you're applying for jobs, because you learned business analysis does not mean that you can only apply for business analyst jobs. All right. When you apply for jobs, okay, because you learn business analysis and you are looking for jobs as a business analyst, it doesn't mean that you should apply for only business analyst jobs. You could apply for quite a number of other jobs out there, okay? Another one that you could actually apply to is what we call a business data analyst, okay? A business data analyst. These roles, and this is the reason why we have actually improved our curriculum over time to take into consideration some modifications you get within the tech space. All right. So quite a number of roles now, okay, looking for business analysts that can do a little work as a data analyst. All right. So they're looking for a business analyst with a spice of data analyst. And that's what we call that's what they call them business data analysts. Now, if you don't know that you could apply for this job, okay, you would likely not apply for this job. And a lot of people will think that, oh, there are no jobs anywhere across the world. All right. So you see, this is a business data analyst role, and you see quite a number of them, available also. You have process enhancement, you have change management, you have quite a number of roles you could actually apply to as a business analyst. So because of the fact that you learn business analyst does not mean that you must apply for a role as a business analyst. There are quite a number of other roles you could actually apply for apart from business analysis. All right. Just to talk about remote opportunities again. All right. When you're looking at you, once you've applied for jobs in the United States, you could always go to other regions. Okay. You can go to Canada, for example, and do the same thing. Look for remote roles in this is business analyst. Apologies. All right. You can look at business analyst remote jobs in Canada. All right. And this is how you just move from one region to the next region in order for you to find out remote jobs available in those regions. All right. So you could do the same thing with Dubai. Okay. If you're not person looking for remote jobs in Dubai, you don't have a lot of roles here, just one of them. Okay. So I could go to a place like Australia, all right, Australia and New Zealand. Okay. And you see also these are all remote jobs in New Zealand, in Australia and New Zealand. So these are places that you could also apply to, for jobs. And like I said, going through the training program, we're going to provide you with a list of jobs you could actually apply to, okay, as a business analyst. So once you go through the training program, all right, end to end, all right, you can also apply for roles across different regions, across different, naming conventions that exist in the business environment. All right. So the same thing, I'm going to do the same thing for the data analyst. So you understand exactly what we're doing. All right. So for the data analyst, I'm going to do the same thing, search for data analysts, remote roles in the United States. Okay. So you have data visualization expert, Power BI, you have senior data slash financial analyst, you have mid senior data analyst, you have senior data analyst, you have business intelligence analyst. So you see the naming convention for these roles, that's one thing you need to understand that you learning data analytics does not mean that you must work as a data analyst. No. Now, in my own career experience, only one role have I worked as a data analyst, like with a name called data analyst. Other roles are mixed up. Business systems analyst. We have global business intelligence developer. There are quite a number of roles that you could actually apply for. All right. So when you learn data analytics, does not mean that you must work as a data analyst. You could work as a sales analyst. You could work as an HR analyst. You could work as a finance analyst. You could work as a BI developer, so on and so forth. So you see this is a business intelligence analyst. So this is still the role of a data analyst. And you can look at some of the remote roles that you have here. Some of them are what? Between $45 to $70 per hour. These are all remote roles. All remote roles. Okay. So you could do the same thing once you search for that particular role that you're looking for. All right. specify the region you're looking for the remote role. If you're in the United Kingdom, all right, you can also do the same thing. Remote roles in United Kingdom, data analysts that are fully remote. All right. And those are the roles you can actually apply for. Even if you're outside the UK or you're anywhere in the world, you can always apply for this kind of jobs. Okay. All right. So those are the things you need to know at the back of your mind, guys. Okay, learning business analysis does not mean you can only work as a business analyst. Learning data analytics does not mean that you should work only as a data analyst. There are quite a number of jobs you could actually apply to. That's one thing you should have at the back of your mind. Okay, that there are enough jobs that will go around, for every single person. So that's how you could use LinkedIn to apply for remote jobs. If you are in these regions, it makes it faster for you to get a job. They will likely consider you faster. If you're outside, please, guys, still apply. We have a ton of guys with data analytics that have applied for remote jobs that are currently working remotely. And I'm going to share some of their profile with you. So you also can reach out to them and ask them, is it true that you can get jobs remotely as a financial analyst, as an HR analyst, and so on and so forth? You will get to hear from them. All right. So, you could use LinkedIn, and some of them, use LinkedIn in getting these jobs. Okay. So, in terms of learning environment, in terms of what you need to learn in order for you to become a business analyst, okay, it's very simple. First of all, the first thing you need to know that is no coding. No coding. You're not coding for this. All right. So, in terms of learning areas, okay, Excel, Power BI, and SQL is the first aspect of what you will learn. Okay, so the curriculum has been modified over time, like I mentioned, because of the demand from recruiters and employers. All right, you see some of the roles, business data analyst. So they're looking for a business analyst with a spice. All right, with that salt bay, with a spice of data analytics. All right, so you must not be like the perfect data analyst. You're not like a data analyst, but they just want you to have skill sets of a data analyst. Hence the reason why we have embedded Excel, Power BI, and SQL into the curriculum of the business analyst, giving you a huge spectrum of roles that you can actually apply to. All right. So you're not restricted to just core BA roles. You are more diverse into the kind of roles that you could actually apply for. All right. So after that, all right, after covering the analytics aspect in Excel, Power BI, and SQL, you jump straight into process mapping. All right, you work with process mapping, you work with project initiation planning, Agile and Scrum for projects, software development lifecycle, requirement fundamentals, elicitation, stakeholder analysis, and engagement. So you see number 2 all the way to number 8 are the key roles, key things you need to learn that will get you started in business analysis. Just started and even skyrocket your career in business analysis. So all the way from process mapping to stakeholder analysis and engagement, these are the key things you need to learn as a business analyst. Okay. Now, in terms of average salary of a business analyst across three key regions, which is the UK, Canada, and the US. For the UK, the average salary of a business analyst is £52,000. Okay, in Canada it is 74,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US it is 85,000 US dollars. These are the average salaries of a business analyst in these three regions. All right. So you can become a business analyst. The curriculum is for 4 months. You go through it in 4 months. So the learning program goes for 3 months, and you get 1 month free virtual internship. You get 1 month free virtual internship. This is where you get to build more on your experience as a business analyst. Okay. But the training program itself is for 3 months, immersive, project-based live classes. Okay, where you're going to be learning all the things you need to learn in business analysis and a bit of data analytics in order for you to get started in the role of a business analyst. Okay. So like I said, these are some of the tools you get to work with: Excel, Power BI, SQL, Slack. You get to work with Jira, Draw.io, Trello, ChatGPT, and so on and so forth. There are quite a number of roles that you would, after learning all these technologies, there are so many other roles you can actually apply to. All right. So moving on to the next role, which is data analytics. All right. Data analytics also is non-coding. All right. You're not coding for data analytics. So like I mentioned, the data analyst is more data focused. This is the person in charge of data, the person that is in charge of analytics within the organization. Now, the first thing you'll be learning is problem solving. Problem solving. So, like I mentioned, there are two types of analytics you'll be covering in data analytics, which is descriptive analytics and diagnostic analytics. In order for you to know what happened, all right, all right, in order for you to know what happened and why that particular thing happened, you need to be able to solve problems. You need to be able to break down problems into smaller pieces. You need to be able to see a problem within the organization, diffuse it, break it down into small pieces, and figure out ways of tackling that particular problem for the business itself. So problem solving is an essential skill set for a data analyst. And that's the first thing you'll be learning in the curriculum for the data analyst training program. All right. Moving on, you have Excel, you have SQL, you have Power BI, you have Tableau. You notice these are all data analytics and visualization tools. So you'll be working with Excel for data analysis, data visualization, data storytelling, and so on. You would also be working with SQL. You would also learn Power BI. You would also learn Tableau for core analytics, descriptive and diagnostic analytics. Moving on, you would also work with data storytelling, ChatGPT for analytics, and Microsoft Fabrics for analytics. So Microsoft Fabrics is a very relatively, very new tool in the industry, in the data analytics industry. And one thing you need to know at the back of your mind is one thing we have here at curriculum, one thing we have here at Analytics is an updated curriculum, very updated curriculum. And that's because you're going to be dealing with people that are currently in the industry. Okay. So Microsoft Fabrics is currently not in demand in terms of the rules that are coming up now. You would hardly find a rule that would expect you to be an expert in Microsoft Fabrics. But the reason why we have it here is because we know in the next couple of months, with the next year, likely next year, that the demand for people that know how to work with Microsoft Fabrics is likely going to increase. Hence the reason for us to position our participants in getting these particular skills before it becomes even very dominant or very in demand in the industry. So whenever it comes up, it becomes like a piece of cake for you to apply for those jobs because you would have gained experience working with Microsoft Fabrics. So these are the key learning areas for the data analytics training program. So you learn problem solving, you will learn Excel, you'll learn SQL, you'll learn Tableau, you'll learn Power BI, you would work with data storytelling. Data storytelling is an essential skill set of a data analyst because you're more data driven. All right. So you need to be able to tell convincing stories about the data. You need to be able to you need to paint certain situations to the key stakeholders within the organization to sell certain narrative, to pass across certain message for the business stakeholders. So data storytelling is an essential skill set for a data analyst. All right. Now, looking at the average salary of a data analyst, okay, we have £40,000 in the UK. That's the average salary of a data analyst in the UK. Average salary of a data analyst in Canada, $64,000, 64,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, we have 72,000 US dollars. Okay, so these are the average salaries of a data analyst in the UK, Canada, and the US. The learning curriculum, all right, is going to be done in 4 months. Okay, the entire learning timeline is for 4 months. So in order for you to become a data analyst, you're going to go through the program for 4 months. Now, the learning is for 3 months, where you're going to be learning problem solving Excel, SQL, Power BI, and Tableau. The learning experience is for 3 months. So this is when you get to work on projects in Excel, work on projects in Power BI, Tableau, you do presentations and so on and so forth. Basically, upgrading those your skills, all right, in order for you to get started. Now, that learning experience is for 3 months. Then also you still get 1 month free virtual internship. 1 month free virtual internship. All right, this comes with the program. All right, so for 4 months, 3 months of learning, 1 month of free virtual internship. So like I mentioned, you work with Excel, you work with Tableau, you work with Power BI, you work with SQL, you work with Microsoft Fabrics, and you also work with ChatGPT for analytics. All right. So these are the key things you will learn during the training program. So from business analysis to data analytics. Now, Do you guys understand the key difference between business analysis and the data analytics training program? All right, or the career path itself. If you understand, put a yes in the chat. Let me see. All right. All right, fantastic. I love this, guys. I love this. I love it. I think you guys are the most responsive. You know, I've been training for a while now, but this has been absolutely fantastic. I would say that. All right, so let's jump into the next part. Okay, so we looked at the career part of a business analyst and a data analyst. Please, guys, use LinkedIn. LinkedIn is very important. LinkedIn is a very fantastic place for you to get remote job. Use LinkedIn. Okay. Now let's jump into the next part: financial analytics and HR analytics. Okay, this is another delicious career path that you could get into. If you're a finance professional or you are looking to get into finance, financial analytics is the best one for you. HR analytics, if you are an HR professional already, or you're looking to get started in HR analytics, this is another fantastic career program for you. You can even see them giving you thumbs up already. So I mean, like you could just get started already. So like what we did prior, okay, we're going to do the same thing. Let's explore these two career paths. Let's explore these two career paths quickly within the next 5 minutes. All right. So in every organization, right? Every organization, you generate financial data. Okay. You generate financial data. Okay. Financial data. Now, this financial data could come in receipts, invoice. It could be any kind of. It could be your financial statement. It could be your statement of financial position. It could be your cash flow. It could be there's so many things that has to do with finance. Okay, within the organization. I mean, cash is the lifeline of every organization, every business. Cash is the king in every organization. All right. So, who is the professional, okay, that would analyze financial data in order for them to come up with strategic decision making? All right. So it's the financial analyst. So you see, this financial data, all right, is specific to guys that are going into finance. So take for example myself. I have done a little bit of finance. So I might be able to get. But if you've not done anything finance before, you would likely struggle, getting into financial analytics because there is a preconceived experience that needs to come with finance. All right, like your, statement of financial position. Like your profit and loss statement. You have your what do you call it, your cash flow statement. So there are rules and rudiments that comes with financial analytics that is tailored towards those guys in finance. But now the key thing, the career path is the training program is going to take you through all that anyways. Okay. But these are things that you need to know at the back of your mind going into financial analytics. Now, these guys are, I would say confidently, one of the highest paid at the moment, and that's because of the role in which the play at the moment. Okay. So anything that has to do with finance within the organization, okay, the financial analytics professional is, that person that is moving, all those mundane activities like bookkeeping, all right, anything that has to do is moving, is transitioning away from bookkeeping and all those mundane activities that is being done in the finance department. The financial analytics, professional is combining three skills. All right, you're going to combine three key skills. You're going to combine number one, investment banking. All right. So if you're looking to become an investment analyst, okay, you're looking to become, that investment banker. All right. This is the career path for you. So this career path is going to combine three career paths together: investment banking, corporate finance. Okay. All right. Corporate finance. And number three, data analytics. All right. Data analytics. So you see, the financial analytics professional is a professional that knows data analytics, that has data analytics skills, all right, and is applying it to the finance department. All right. So you would have the skill set of a data analyst. You know how to work with Excel, you know how to work with Power BI, you know how to work with SQL. All right. Now you carry this knowledge of data analytics and use it within the finance department. All right. And if you look at the finance, the core finance, the banks, the insurance, the finance departments are one of the highest paid in any of these organizations. All right. Now merged with analytics gives them a more visibility, more ability to make sense of financial data. All right. So if you've never gone through any of our financial analytics masterclass, I would endeavor you to go to our YouTube page and see what a day in the life of a financial analyst looks like. And you would definitely learn a lot from that particular session. All right. Now, contrary to the finance analyst, the financial analytics professional, okay, this particular professional is dealing with human resource data, HR data. All right. So in every organization, I mentioned earlier, in every organization, three things, okay? There are three things that make up every organization. We have technology, all right? Technology, all right? We have, what's the next thing? All right? We have process, okay? All right? And the third thing is people, all right? But do you know the critical thing, all right, about HR is that people are the ones that leverage the process. People are the ones that drive the technology. Now, without people, just imagine an organization that has the best process, that has the best technology, and there is nobody in the organization. There is no CEO, there is no CFO, there is no HR, there is no finance, there's nobody in the organization. Is the company going to exist? It's impossible for that particular organization to exist. So people, have become the most, important asset of any organization across the world. So the HR analyst is this person that uses data analytics, okay? That uses data analytics to analyze people data within the organization. All right. Now, the HR department used to be very mundane, okay? The HR department, oh, I want to go on leave. I'll book your leave. Oh, I have maternity leave. Oh, I have exam leave. Oh, I want promotion and all those things. That's what HR used to be before. It wasn't strategic. All right. Now, what is making the HR department of any organization become more strategic is the use of data analytics within the HR space. All right. The use of data analytics within the HR space. So this is where you now start to analyze people data. So people data could come in the sense of training, okay? All right. So training. So when you spend money on somebody, or when they send you on training and they spend money on you to go on the training, how does it affect the business? How does it impact the business? How do you analyze the performance of the training that training we've gone for? How do you analyze the impact of that training in the business? All right. This is where data analytics becomes very interesting. How do you analyze it so that, oh, we send this particular participant or this particular employee for a training program with analytics. And when the person came back, these are the metrics, the key performance indicators that this person has implemented or has enhanced within the organization, and this is how it impacts the business. So how do you tell a story around that without data analytics? It's impossible. It's going to be very difficult. Okay. So HR data could come in the sense of training, all right, performance evaluation, all right, performance evaluation, all right, it could come of recruitment, all right. All right, it could be recruitment data, it could be training data, it could be performance, it could be, it could be compensation. Okay, compensation is now a very big one. All right, it could be compensation. There are quite a number of people data within the organization. So the HR data analyst or the HR analytics professional is that professional that knows how to use data analytics, okay, and applies it to HR analytics data in order for them to make strategic decisions within the HR department. Okay, so this person is the person that knows how to use data analytics. So you would also learn data analytics. You learn Excel, you learn problem solving, you learn Power BI, you learn SQL, and now you learn all those skill sets of a data analyst, and now you start to implement them within the HR department. Okay, that's the beauty of the HR analytics training program. Okay, so the financial analytics professional is core finance. This person is a finance person that is using data analytics within the finance department, while the HR analyst is another analyst, all right, another data analyst within the HR spectrum, using data analytics to enhance people's data, all right, in order for them to make strategic decision making. All right. So now let's look for HR analyst and financial analyst roles on built-in. So built-in is another platform where we can actually get remote jobs, okay, in the US. Okay, this is specific for roles in the US. Okay, so let's go back to my browser and show you how to work with built-in. So I'm going to go to built-in, okay, all right, and I'm going to go to flex jobs. So for these, I'm going to go to the home page so you see it the way I navigate through it. Okay. Sorry. All right. So once you go to built-in, okay, this is built-in. So you see tech trends, job plus company, learn, grow, build your career, 2 million tech roles, blah, blah, blah. So you would see this key button here, explore remote tech jobs. Explore remote tech jobs. And I'm going to click on this. Now, the reason why I'm going through this one after the other, LinkedIn, for LinkedIn, it doesn't mean that you can only apply for business analyst and data analyst jobs. That's not what I'm saying. All right. For LinkedIn, you could any of the career paths that we offer, you could actually apply for remote jobs on LinkedIn. The same thing on built-in. You can also apply for remote tech jobs across all the courses that we offer within Analytics. All right. So now let's start with the financial analyst. Okay. Let's take a look at financial analyst. Financial analyst. Okay. All right. Remote, and this is United States. All I do once I'm done, I search. All right. And you see, these are all remote. You see all the keywords there. These are all remote roles. Financial analyst, senior financial analyst. This is DBT Labs. All right. This is another, one huge startup in the US, a very big one in the US. So if you have any experience working with data engineering tools, DBT is one of the, analytics engineering tools, and they're one of the biggest at the moment. All right. So you get to work with big tech firms across the world. Okay. All right. So this you see yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday, 3 days ago, and these are all financial analyst roles. So when there are certain roles that when you tell people that, oh, I work remotely, I work in tech and I'm working remotely, they don't believe you. Especially a financial analyst. You believe that the person has been working in a bank, okay, or working in one investment house somewhere. All right. It really doesn't matter. All right. You could actually work for top tech firms across the world as a financial analyst. And like I explained, and that's the reason why we are explaining the role first before we tell you about how you could get this remote jobs. Because if you don't understand why, financial analytics, you would expect the person is building financial statements, and the person is doing bookkeeping. All right, the person is an auditor, all those things. Those are the misconception you have with financial analytics. Now, the financial analytics professional is that person that knows how to build financial models and use analytics to make informed decision for for the organization. All right. So you see, build and maintain corporate financial models. Financial modeling has become a key aspect of financial analytics. All right, you being able to build financial model and make sense of the financial model. All right. So if you've never heard of financial model, I would also towards the end of the program, I'll show you some of the financial models our participants have built over time. All right. So you see, assist in the preparation of monthly, quarterly, and annual financial analysis and reports for management, the board of directors, and so on and so forth. All right. So you see, produce ad hoc reporting for GST, leadership, and board. So you are this person that knows analytics, that knows how to work with data analytics tool, skill sets, all right, Power BI, Excel, and so on and so forth. All right. And you can use it within the finance aspect of the business. All right. So you are building financial models, you are building financial statement reports, and so on and so. All right. So and that's roles you could actually apply for. Okay. And the good thing about this, like I've said already, is financial analyst, because you learn financial analytics, you're only looking for roles in financial analyst. Can be very, very limiting. Very, very limiting. So you could also apply for what we call commercial analyst. Okay. And there's still so many other roles you could actually apply for. There's so many other roles you could actually apply for. Commercial analyst is just one out of so many other roles you can apply to. So, what we are doing for you guys is education. Honestly speaking, it's education. Because you learn financial analytics and you feel like, oh, it's only a financial analyst role that I can apply for. You can actually apply for financial planning. You can apply for FP&A. You can apply for, quite a number of other roles within the finance aspects that you could actually apply to. All right. Now, let's take a look at HR. We've taken a look at our finance, and you can see some of the roles are there. Some will see 4 days ago, 18 days ago, 10 hours ago, 11 hours ago, 11 hours ago. These roles are always posted. They are always posted in there. So let's take a look at HR analyst. All right. And these are all roles, HR. So you see compensation analyst, you can see sales analytics and operations, compensation analyst. Okay. So let me just search for this keyword. Okay. All right. Strategy, marketing, and business analytics associates, and so on and so forth. So you see, you could also search for roles, people analytics. All right. So if HR analytics is not giving us much, like I said, there are quite a number of other roles you can actually apply for. So let's take a look at people analyst. All right. See what I'm getting. Senior people analyst, senior people analyst. You could also look at compensation and benefits. I'll just type in compensation. All right. Analyst, and you see quite a number of other roles, compensation. So when I was explaining the roles of an HR analyst, okay, I talked around compensation, data, training, recruitment, and so on and so forth. So there are other roles that are not, they won't write it as HR analyst, they won't write it verbatim as HR analyst, but you'll be doing the role of an HR analyst. Okay, those are the things you need to have at the back of your mind. So you can see this now. This is a sales compensation senior systems analyst. All right. And this is what? Zoom. So Zoom currently is recruiting for a fully remote. So you could be the one to work in Zoom as a compensation analyst. Okay. And so on and so forth. Okay. So, built-in is a fantastic place for you to get remote jobs. All you need to do is go to builtin.com, click on explore remote jobs. Okay. And the word, and majority all the jobs here are for organizations in the US. All right, organizations in the US. So you will not find something else in another country. So this is specific for companies in the US. All right. So if you're looking for remote jobs, please go ahead to apply. Just click on apply and please apply. Like I mentioned earlier, some of these roles require you to be in the US. Okay. All right. But you don't know. Okay. And that's why I'm saying that apply. All right. Let them be the one to verbatimly tell you that, oh, we are looking for somebody in the US. All right. But if you're saying that, oh, like Adiza mentioned, okay, applying for 2 jobs in a day is a joke. All right. And that's because it's a remote job that allows people to work literally anywhere in the world. And you think you can apply for 2 jobs and get, the chances of you getting a job after applying for 2 jobs, it's a very big chance. All right. So from my own experience and a day that, like I said, I do a minimum of at least 10 in a day. So if it takes me about 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours, depending on how the job, how I'm tailoring my CV and so on, it takes me about 2-3 hours. All right. But if I can do that in a day, once I get that job, all right, I don't remember that I spent 2 hours applying for the job. Okay. I don't remember the benefits, the cost benefits, or the benefit of you doing that is what really matters. All right. So once you get a job that pays you, hefty, you see some of these roles can actually pay you, as you can see some of them are paying. This is $110,000 to $120,000. All right. Imagine you getting that kind of role. Okay, this is a senior role anyways, but I'm just saying that if you apply for other roles that are more within your niche areas, all right, you can actually get something. And when you see that and you start to think, you will not remember that you're spending 2 hours every day applying for these jobs. So those are the things that we put in you, tell you other places you can actually apply for remote jobs and so on. So please, guys, LinkedIn, Built-in, these are the 2 we have explored so far. Please check them out. Check them out. Okay. All right. And for people that are asking about certification, I'm just going to search for a random job post. Okay. All right. I'm going to look data analyst. I'm just going to look for a data analyst position. All right. And please, guys, search if there is anywhere you see certification, please send it to me. All right. If you see any job, okay, if you see any job post that requires you to have a certification, please send it to us. Okay. You see all of them, strong SQL skills, 2 to 3 years, minimum 2 years architect, experience in architecture and so on and so forth. So these are random roles. Okay, when you're applying for your own job, okay, search for those roles and you will find out that certification is not very important. All right. So all you need to do is just tailor your CV, have a very good CV. And I'm going to explore that when we get to exploring the CV. All right. All right. So moving on to the next part. So we've looked at LinkedIn and we've also looked at built-in. Now, to explore the other parts of, what do you need to learn in order for you to become an HR analyst? Okay. What do you need to learn to become an HR analyst? So the first thing, like I mentioned, you must be good in data analytics. You must be good with data analytics. So you will learn data analytics like a data analyst. Okay. You will learn problem solving, you'll learn Excel, you'll learn Power BI, and you'll learn SQL. Okay, so you'll learn the key technologies like that of a data analyst. Okay. Now, once you finish with that, you'll now start to implement this skill set of a data analyst within the HR spectrum. All right. So you get to work with HR analytics and performance evaluation. You get to work with HR metrics and life cycle, HR analysis and dashboarding, collaboration and report automation, building your case, and creating action. So these are the key parts of how you now start to implement data analytics within the HR space. All right, so you using analytics to measure certain KPIs, performance evaluation, recruitment and selection, training needs analysis, and so on and so forth. So you're not applying those data analytics skills within the HR space. Now, looking at the average salary of an HR analyst in the UK is £32,500 per annum. That's the average salary. In Canada, it is 71,230 Canadian dollars per annum. And in the US, it is 62,000 US dollars. Okay. Now, the HR analytics training program is for 4 months. All right. You're going to learn for 3 months, and you also have internship for 1 month. So 3 months of learning and 1 month of virtual internship. 3 months of learning, 1 month of virtual internship. Okay, so that's you looking to become an HR analytics professional. So you're going to learn data analytics like a data analyst. Now you start to implement them within the HR space in order for you to get, how to use analytics within HR. All right. Now, the financial analytics professional is pretty much the same. So you learn analytics like a data analyst, okay? You learn analytics like a data analyst. Then you move into the core financial analytics aspect. So what you learn problem solving, you learn Excel, and you learn Power BI. Thereafter, you now move into the core finance aspect, which is accounting fundamentals, financial analysis, financial modeling, valuation, what we call sensitivity and scenario analysis. All right. So this is you implementing data analytics within the HR space. All right. So even if you don't have any prior experience in finance, you're fine because we're going to go through the accounting fundamentals. Then we move into financial analysis. We move into financial modeling, valuation, sensitivity analysis, and scenario analysis. All right. So this is the role of a financial analytics professional using data analytics within the finance space and how you can make strategic decision making. All right. So moving on to the average salary of a financial analyst. The average salary of a financial analyst is £51,000. In Canada, it is 69,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, it is 74,000 US dollars. These are the average salaries of financial analysts in the UK, in Canada, and in the US. Right? So the training program is also for 4 months. You will learn, okay, financial analytics in 3 months, and also you get 1 month of virtual internship. So 3 months of you working on projects, building financial models, financial analysis, valuation projects, and so on. And you have 1 month of virtual internship, 1 month of virtual internship. So like I said, financial analytics is more or less you learning data analytics and you using that data analytics to solve financial analytics problem. Okay, so that is we covering data analytics, business analysis, HR analytics, and financial analytics. Now, moving on to the next career part, which is data science and data engineering. Data science and data engineering. Okay. Now, a lot of us, before we jump into how to get remote jobs as a data engineer and a full stack data scientist, all right, let's explore the role of a data analyst, of a data scientist, and a data engineer. All right. So a lot of people are looking to become full data scientists, okay? And a lot of people are looking to become data engineers, okay? So for full stack data science, or what we call a data scientist, what you know as a data scientist. So the data scientist is focused on what we call, I will tell you, I'm just going to write the three parts. So in terms of analytics, when you're looking at analytics, okay, all right, we focus on descriptive, okay, diagnostics, all right, and predictive, okay. Now, the data analyst, if you remember, the data analyst will focus on these two, okay. Will the data analyst will focus, this is where the data analyst will perform, all their magic, descriptive and diagnostic analytics, basically answering questions around what happened, okay, what happened, okay, and why that particular thing happened, why it happened. Anyways, you understand it, okay? All right, why it happened. So descriptive analytics is answering the question of what happened. The diagnostics, you are trying to diagnose, okay, and why that particular thing happened. All right. But you see, this aspect, this prediction, all right, this prediction, this is where the data scientist will focus majorly all his attention on. All right. The data scientist will focus majorly on prediction. Now, take for example, the data analyst will tell you, okay, in January, we made 10 million. All right. In February, we made 12 million. All right. In March, okay, we made what? We made 50 million. Okay. So this has been the progression. Okay. Now, the data analyst will do what we call descriptive analytics. Okay. Descriptive analytics, which is to figure out what happened. Okay. Also, we do the same thing as diagnostic, okay, analytics, okay, to figure out why that particular thing happened. Now, these data scientists will do the same thing. The data scientists will do the same thing. The data scientists will find out what happened. The data scientists would also figure out why that particular thing happened. But now, the data scientists will go one step further, will move one step ahead, okay? All right, we go one step ahead to predict what will likely happen, okay? To predict what will likely happen. So the data analyst will only know what happened between January and February. So basically, the data analyst, all right, will only work with historical data, historical. So basically, if the thing has happened in the past, the data analyst will know how to work with it. All right. But you see, the data scientist will use whatever happened in the past. Okay. So we made 10 million in January, we made 12 in February, we made 50 in March. All right. But we don't know what is going to happen from April, okay, all the way to December. We don't know what is going to happen between April to December. We don't know. Now, the data scientist is the person that will now start to work with what we call statistical analysis. Okay, statistical modeling. Give me a second. Let me get my eraser. All right, statistical analysis, machine learning, and so on and so forth. This is where the data scientists, all right, we start to work with what we call statistical analysis. So this is where statistics now becomes very, very important. All right. Statistical modeling. Okay. So this is where you start to do statistical modeling. You start to work with machine learning. Okay. You start to work with machine learning. All right. In order for you to extrapolate what will happen in the future, in order for you to predict. All right. So you know what happened in January. You know what happened in March. You know what in February. You know what happened in March. All right. And you're trying to figure out what is going to happen between April all the way to December. You want to figure out what will happen from April all the way to December. So this is where the data scientists will start to employ So things like statistical modeling, machine learning, in order for them to know what would happen in April, what would happen in May, June, July, August, all the way to December. All right. So this is the key parts. This is the key work of a data scientist, predictive analytics. So the data scientist will still do the same thing, describe. The data scientist will also know why it happened. The data scientist will also want to predict. So this predictive analytics is the key aspect of what separates a data analyst from a data scientist. The data analyst is not going to do prediction. All right. The data scientist, on the other hand, perfectly. That's what is built for. All right. In order for that professional to predict what will happen, in certain times during the year or certain times during the week or month or whatever the situation is. All right. So now moving on to the data engineer on the other hand, on the flip side. Okay. Now the data engineer on the other hand, okay, the data engineer on the other hand, all right, is what I call a plumber. Okay. A plumber. Okay. Sorry. All right. So this guy, okay, basically organizations across different organization, any organization in the world, okay, have what we call data sources, what we call data source, okay, data source, okay. Now, take for example, you're working with let's say you're working with a bank, okay. I usually like to work with the bank because that's the easiest one that comes to mind, okay. So with a bank, if you're trying to figure out transactions, okay, transactions that happen in a bank, okay, transaction, okay. So you can initiate transaction through the ATM, okay? You could initiate transactions through the mobile app, okay? Through the mobile app, okay? And you could initiate transaction through where? Okay, through the POS, okay? So you could send money through ATM, you could receive money, you could do anything through ATM, mobile app, and POS. But now, the data analyst, okay, and the data scientist, these guys, they need data to do their work. They need data to do their work. So without data, the data analyst cannot do anything. Without data, the data scientist will not be able to do anything. So they need data to work. But this data is stored in this ATM transaction. All the ATM transactions are stored in a database. Okay, they are stored in an ATM database. ATM database. Mobile app. All the transactions in mobile app also they are stored in mobile app. Database. Okay, database. Okay, and also POS is stored in POS database. So you see, a database basically is a platform that allows you to store information, that allows you to store data, essentially. All right. So you see, whenever you send money and the money doesn't go, all right, doesn't you send money to, let's say I send money to Adams or I send money to Dora, okay? Dora doesn't receive that money, okay? The person that initiated the transaction would have to go to my bank to tell them that, oh, I sent this particular amount yesterday, all right? And the person that is supposed to receive the money has not received the money. Okay. So you see that transaction happened, okay? And whenever it happened, they store it, they keep it somewhere so that whenever you have issues with it, you can come to the bank and you can complain. And all the customer service person will do is to type your account number to figure out, your transaction history. So you see all that transaction, they're stored somewhere. So you see that story, okay? ATM transaction, they are stored in ATM database. All the transactions you make in the ATM, they store them in an ATM database. Mobile app also, they store all that transaction in the mobile app in the mobile app database. And POS transaction stored in POS database. But you see, the data analyst and the data scientist, they need this data. The data inside the database, the ATM database, they need the data in the mobile app database, they need the data in the POS database. All right. So how do these people get in? How do they get the data? How do they get the data? How will they get the data? All right. All right. How will they get the data? That's the key question. Now, the data engineer is the person that will build what we call data pipeline. This data engineer will build what we call data pipeline. Okay, so you see, is this the first thing the data engineer will do is to extract the data. Okay, extract the data. All right. So the data engineer will be the one to extract the data from the three data sources. Extract the data from the three data sources. Okay. We'll extract the data. We'll take it out of the database. Okay. Okay. I'll move to the next part. After extracting the data, the next thing they will do is to transform the data. Transform. Okay. To transform the data. Basically, that's what it means by to clean. All right, to clean the data, to reshape the data, and to just make it good enough. All right, in terms of quality and so on and so forth. So that's the transformation process. So they extract the data first of all from the ATM database, the mobile app database, and the POS database. They transform it, meaning that they clean it up, they reshape it, they adjust it, they make it look nice, right? And the last but not the least, all right, which is L, what we call, load. So they load it into a data warehouse. They load it into what we call a data warehouse. Data warehouse. Pardon my writing, guys. Okay. They load it into a data warehouse. So this is what we call the ETL pipeline. ETL pipeline. Extract, transform, and load. So in order for the data analyst and the data scientists to do their job, in order for these guys to do their job, they need data. And the data currently is in the ATM database, mobile app database, and POS database. So now how do they get all this data from the ATM, mobile app, and POS? How do they get it into this data warehouse? Okay. They'll perform what we call ETL, extract the data from the database, from these three databases, transform the data, and load it into that data warehouse. Now, this data analyst and the data scientist will connect to the data warehouse. So all these three databases, all the data from these three places, they are all consolidated in one place. All right? They are consolidated in one particular place. Now, the data analyst and the data scientist will go on to start doing what their analytics. Okay. All right. We'll start to do their analytics. So this is where the importance of the data engineer comes in. All right. Because every organization generates data from different places, from either their websites. All right. It could be their website. It could be their mobile app. Okay. It could be their, whatever application they're using. It could be Salesforce. All right. Salesforce. Okay. It could be SAP. It could be different parts of the organization. All right. It could be QuickBooks and so on and so forth. Now, this data is existing in the website is stored somewhere. The mobile app is stored in another place. Salesforce is stored in another place. SAP is stored in another place. How do you consolidate all this data into a central location? So the data engineer essentially is somebody that moves data from what we call a data source, where the data is generated, all right, to a destination source, okay, destination location, all right, destination location, essentially, all right. So that's exactly what we're talking about, how to move data from one place to the other. And this process is either going to be what we call ETL or ELT. But anyways, we'll talk about that, okay, as we go on, okay? So that's the role of a data scientist and a data engineer. So do you guys understand this? Let me see. Do you guys understand this? Do you guys understand the roles of a data scientist and a data engineer a lot clearer? Okay, fantastic. I love that. Fantastic, fantabulous. All right. So you see, the data engineer does not have to be good with mathematics, because you don't need mathematics to carry things. Okay. A plumber does not need mathematics to do their work. Maybe a little bit, just doesn't need. Okay. But you see, the data scientist on the other hand, needs statistics. Okay. And mathematics, okay, to do statistical modeling, machine learning, and so on and so forth. Okay. So yes, the two of them are heavy on coding. I will talk about that when we get to the things that you will learn. So let's look at jobs for data science and data engineering. And I would like to repeat myself, guys. one, you could use any of these job boards, okay, to explore all the career paths that they're looking at. I'm just being specific to some other areas, okay? So I'm going to look at flex jobs, all right? Flex jobs, okay? And I'm going to search for, let's say, data scientist, okay? And let me just say this, data scientist is very flexible in the sense that, all right, you can get quite a number of roles across different areas. The data scientist is a good career path for you if you're looking to diversify and looking to get yourself into different spectrum. So the part of data science that you really don't understand is the fact that how you can apply to any job function. The same thing with data analytics. You can apply it to any job function. So I've worked in logistics, I've worked in supply chain, I've worked in gaming, so it's interesting. And that's what really makes it interesting. So if today I'm tired of health, all right, the medical technology space, I can switch to go to another entirely different spectrum. So you see, this is a data scientist in risk management. Now, flex job, I didn't do anything introduction for flex job. Okay, let me do that quickly. All right. So flex jobs, the number one job site to find remote jobs. Okay, no ads, spams, or job. Find your next flexible hybrid or work from home job. Okay, so once you come here, this is majorly remote jobs, majorly 100% remote jobs across the world, not just in the US this time around, across the world. So let's take a look at data scientists. Okay, all right. And you look at this, I'm going to put it in date relevance because I'm not looking at relevance, I'm looking at dates. Okay. The most recent ones. Okay. So you see some of them today, yesterday, and so on. So you see, this is a data scientist, risk management. This is in China, Hong Kong, Japan, India, Malaysia, Singapore, so on and so forth. This is, hybrid. So you might want to also I don't like to specify 100% remote work because some of these roles are very flexible in the sense that, let me explain to you, they're looking for hybrid, okay? But if you can show them that you're good enough to work from anywhere and you can show them your performance, you can actually work 100% remote anywhere across the world, okay? So I don't like to put it, but if you want to put 100% remote, then you have to specify 100%, okay? Well, I don't like to because you could also, like I said, it's a game of is you're trying to get remote opportunity. Why are you reducing your chances? Why not apply to everything as much as possible to see the one that you can land? All right. So these data scientists in the risk management department, that's the beauty. Data quality scientists, senior research scientists, clinical scientists, analysts. This is revenue claim science specialist. All right. So you can see this one is in the finance department, revenue reporting analytics, and so on and so forth. All right. Now, the good thing about data science is, like I said, you can work as a data analyst, you can work as a BI analyst, you can work as BI intelligence, and so on and so forth. Quite a number of other roles you could explore as a data scientist because of how flexible and how diverse the skill set you'll be learning. All right. Now, the other part is data engineer. Okay. All right. You can take a look at data engineer. Okay. I'm just going to look through and sorry, give me a second. Data engineering. Okay. Why are you opening in different places? All right. All right. Do the same for data engineering and you get other roles. Data engineer. Am I spelling it? Okay. All right. Data engineer. And you search for that and you see other roles for business intelligence and not so much. I'm not sure what is happening. This is sorry. I must have added something. Come, give me a second. All right. Okay. All right. So now, exactly, I think there must have been a filter attached to it. So you see data engineer roles that are currently available. Okay. So and these are 100% remote, 100% remote, 100% remote job, 100% remote, and so on and so forth. So these are roles that you can actually apply to in order for you to get to what you are looking for. All right. So, please research. And, when you're doing data engineering, does not mean you cannot work as a business intelligence engineer. All right. So you could actually work as a BI engineer, okay, across the world. You see BI engineer, business intelligence engineer, business intelligence lead, business intelligence analyst, and so on and so forth. So there are quite a number of roles you could actually apply for as a BI, as a data engineer. The same thing with a data scientist. So when you say you learn data engineering and you only apply for data engineering jobs, it's just you limiting the number of jobs you can actually apply to. All right. So please, guys, check as much of these job roles, apply for them. In the same place, you can apply for a data analyst, all right? You can apply for HR analyst. It's the same platform that allows you to work 100% remotely from anywhere across the world, 100% remote, all right? So we've explored three aspects, which is LinkedIn, we've looked at built-in, we've looked at flex jobs, and these jobs exist. So if you're learning data analytics or you're learning business analysis, you're learning HR, you're learning this, you're learning financial analytics, data engineering, data scientist, you can actually work anywhere in the world. So don't look for jobs just in Nigeria or within your local environment. You could also explore other countries in the world. All right. So this is in India, literally. Okay. This is in Canada. This is in Washington, D.C. This is in US. This is in US, Toronto, and so on. This is worked from anywhere in the world. So these are the things that you could actually apply to in order for you to get what you're looking for, rather. All right. So FlexJob is a fantastic place for you to go to in order for you to get remote opportunities. So learning areas, okay, like you guys have asked, learning areas for the data engineering curriculum. For the data engineering, you're going to be starting from scratch. Like you'll be learning from scratch. So you'll be starting from scratch. You'll be learning introduction to data engineering. You'll be learning SQL. You'll be learning Python. You'll be learning Linux. Okay. You'll be working on building ETL pipeline, custom ETL pipelines. All right. Getting data from databases, APIs. You'll be doing what we call web scraping, so on and so forth. All right. To get data from different sources and clean them, transform them, and load them into a database. You would also work with Apache Spark. You get to work with Apache Airflow for orchestration and scheduling. You will get to work with AWS cloud engineering. So you could also apply for AWS cloud engineering roles. So meaning that once you learn the training program and you're done, you could also apply for cloud engineer, AWS cloud engineer roles. All right. And you also have version control working with GitHub. So these are some of the technologies that you are going to work with. So you work with SQL, you work with Python, you work with Linux, you work with GitHub, you work with Apache Spark, Apache Airflow, AWS in order for you to get started in data engineering. Okay. Now the average salary of a data engineer in the UK is 60,000 pounds. Okay. In Canada, 92,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, it's 114 US dollars. All right. Now, the learning experience, you have 4 months to go through the training program, 3 months of immersive career working on projects, learning experience, all right? And you have 1 month of free virtual internship. So you have 3 months to learn the technologies, build projects, custom projects, put it in your portfolios and so on. All right. And you have 1 month of free virtual internship. All right. So, like I said, you work with Draw.io, you work with Python, you work with Pandas, PySpark, SQL, Linux, Apache Airflow, GitHub, AWS, and ChatGPT also are things you'll be working with. Okay. And this is heavy on coding. This you would have to know coding. It's coding based. Okay. So you know how to, like I said, you're going to work with Python. All right. Now, for coding, for data science on the other hand, okay, you are going to start with statistics. You're going to learn statistics. You're going to learn Excel, okay, for analytics, for predictive analytics, for descriptive and diagnostic analytics. You do the same thing in Tableau, all right? So you learn Excel and Tableau for analytics essentially. All right. Then you move into SQL. All right. Then you learn Python, you learn exploratory data analysis, you get to work with machine learning, and last but not the least, you get to work on projects in computer vision. All right. So you start with statistics, move to Excel and Tableau for analytics, then you move into SQL, Python, then you go into your experiential data analysis, data visualization, data analytics, and so on. Then after that, you move into machine learning, then you wrap up with a project in computer vision. Okay. So, the average salary of a data scientist in the UK is £50,000. Average salary of a data scientist in Canada is 94,000 Canadian dollars. And the average salary of a data scientist in the US is 121,000 US dollars. Okay. Now, this learning experience also is for 4 months, 3 months of learning, 1 month of internship, free virtual internship. All right, for you to own your skills, for you to work on more projects, relevant industry projects. All right. And this is 3 months for you learning all the tools and the skill set that you need to learn. All right. So you learn statistics, you learn Excel, you learn Tableau, you learn SQL, you work with Microsoft Fabrics, you work with Pandas, you work with Python, you work with ChatGPT, and also the Anaconda environment. So you see, it's a very immersive in terms of the things that you're going to be working on. Now, the good thing about this project, all the training programs they are project based. Okay, they are all project based curriculum. All right. So you see, these are all the top sites you can get remote jobs from. You have LinkedIn, you have Built-in, you have Glassdoor. Currently, we only looked at LinkedIn, we only looked at Built-in. All right, we only looked at Flex Jobs. Okay, but you see, you can also check out these places yourself. Okay, you can go to Upwork, you can go to Glassdoor, you can go to Wellfound, you can go to Indeed, you can go to remote.co. All right. So just briefly, I'm just going to do it in 2 seconds. I'm not going to waste time on that. I'm just going to go to their website so you can also check them out. Upwork. All right. I don't know why they're opening new tabs for me. I'm just going to go to Upwork. All right. So you see, Upwork is majorly for freelancers. Okay. All right. Find the best freelancer job. Okay. Browse jobs posted on Upwork to jump right in and create your profile, blah, 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 and so on. Find the best freelancer. So you're looking for, if it's data analyst, you're looking at, so you see you have a digital art, okay, you have data extraction specialist, that is more in the line of data engineering and so on. Data miner, data scientist, data analytics freelancers. You could always, there are quite a number of roles, that you can actually apply for. You can see Excel freelancer, someone that is good with Excel, and you learn Excel in data science, data analytics, HR analytics, financial, data science. You will learn Excel. Excel freelancer, Excel experts. There are quite a number of roles you could actually apply for freelancing for the skills that you're going to learn in the training program. Same thing with Power BI, look for them, go down all the way to P and look at how you can actually get roles within those key areas that we're talking about. The same thing with Wellfound, okay? Wellfound. I'm just going to go through them briefly, okay? Find your next job, okay? See, over 130,000 remote and local startup jobs. 130,000 remote and local startup jobs. Now, if I scroll down all the way to analytics, you see data and analytics jobs. All right. You'll see quite a number of roles in here. You see quite a number of roles in here. So you'll need to register anyway. So if I click on view all jobs, I won't be able to view all jobs because I need to create an account and currently don't have one. But you could also, you could try your own. All right, you could try registering, you could see data engineer, data architect, and so on and so forth. Okay. So, all you need to do is just explore this site and these jobs exist. People are working remotely. If you're on Twitter, you're on LinkedIn, you would see people announce that they just started working for this firm in the US. How did they get it? Is by applying. They needed to apply. All right. They learned the skills. They probably did some virtual internship in which we are going to do for you. And they apply for these jobs and now they're working remotely, earning in foreign currency in their own country. So regardless of anywhere you are, you have the ability to do these jobs. Now, for all the programs that we talked about, okay, you can also learn this, okay? You can learn any of the skills that we have on the training programs, all right? So 3 months on average, all the training programs, 3 months of learning, all right? So you have 3 month project-based life classes and you have 1 month virtual internship. So all the programs comes with 1 month virtual internship. So all our classes are project-based, all right? And I'm going to explore it. I'm going to show you more about that, where you're going to be working on real-life projects. So what we have done is we've taken our personal experience as data analysts, data scientists, financial analysts, data engineers, and so on, and we have converted them into learning materials for our participants. So if you're going through this, all right, I'm going to show you some of the projects you will get to work on, and you'll see how immersive these projects are. Okay, so now the training program is virtual instructor led. So you would have an instructor like myself holding your hands and guide you through the course itself. Okay, so you would have experts, people that have minimum of 5 to 10 years experience in the industry, coming to handhold you and guide you through getting started in the career. Not just getting started, even just getting your first job in the road itself. All right. Now the classes are weekends, okay? So you can go about your normal daily life, okay? Monday to Friday, to do your normal stuff, all right? Going to work or doing your schoolwork, whatever it is. The classes are on the weekend, all right? Saturdays and Sundays. So you would have 3 hours on Saturdays and 3 hours on Sundays. We'll explore that later. Different career paths, different timing, but we'll talk about that as we go on. All right. So you would also join series of recruitment arcs in order for you to get a job. Now, what we've done is just to explore 3 areas, okay, of where you could actually apply for jobs, okay, but there are so many other places that you could actually apply for these remote jobs. If you're in Europe, there are a ton of places for you to apply for remote jobs. All right. If you are in the US, the UK, the US, Canada, also opportunities for you to work remotely. Now you're in Nigeria looking for remote jobs outside, or you're in Africa, somewhere in Africa, you're somewhere anywhere in the world looking for remote jobs. There are places, there are platforms that we're going to expose to you. All right. Or now you can actually position yourself. Okay. And even before you apply for these jobs, you need to have certain skills. You need to have certain things in place in order for you to apply for this job. What are those things? I'm going to show you. I'm going to tell you in a few seconds. Okay. All right, so now the technical skills, all the Python, all the Excel, all the Power BI, all the Tableau, all those technical skills that we talked about earlier, okay? They're just 50% of the things you need to learn in order for you to get a job. All right. So even if you're the best Python programmer, you are the best machine learning design, you can build the best machine learning algorithm. All right. But if you don't have certain things, okay, you likely will not get a job. All right. So learning the technical parts of whatever skill set or whatever career path you're looking to get into, if you think that is the most important thing, all right, you are likely mistaken. And that is just 50% of what you need to get a job. Now the key question is, what is the other 50%? What is the other 50% is the key question. All right. So the other 50% is what we have embedded into the learning curriculum. What we have embedded into the learning curriculum, which is number one, all right, CV review. All right, CV review. So what we're going to do for you is to revamp your CV. All right, we're going to revamp your CV. So people that are talking about, oh, I don't have any experience as a data scientist. How would I structure my CV? I've never worked as a data analyst before. How do I structure my CV? And that's why we call it a revamp. All right, so we're going to help you revamp your CV so that when you apply for jobs, okay, it's going to beat the ATS systems that the recruiters have put in place in order for you to avoid, okay, getting rejection letter. So you see sometimes you apply for a job and in less than 10 seconds, less than a minute, you get an instant rejection email. Now you start to ask yourself, is it that my CV, is it that I am that unqualified to get a job, or to even for them to just even see my CV? Now, the reason why you're getting that instant rejection email is because of what we call ATS. ATS stands for applicant tracking software, right? Applicant tracking software. So where certain keywords, if certain keywords don't exist on your CV, you are getting an instant rejection. And this is why I tell earlier. I said anytime I'm applying for remote roles and all that, I spend, on average about 2 hours applying for jobs. And this is where I start to revamp, I start to tailor my CV to the job roles. Now, all those skill sets that I know that these and those and other professionals in the industry, are they able to, maneuver the process? How are they able to get it? These are the things that will tell you during the CV review sessions. all right? How to tailor your job roles, how to tailor your CV, how to design your CV, and all those things. There are certain things that should not be on your CV. Those are the things that would help you to do during the CV review. And also, we have one-on-one sessions. So after you go through your CV and you still want that one-on-one sessions to go through it, personalize it, and all that, we have one-on-one sessions to help you, proofread and also prove your CV itself. The next part is LinkedIn optimization. We talked about LinkedIn today. Majority of the recruiters still use LinkedIn. LinkedIn is still a major place they go to search for candidates. All right. Either they send you an email, what they call emails. All right. So if you don't receive emails, they call it emails. If your emails is filled with marketing campaign, okay, come and buy this product. Something is wrong with your profile. Okay. All right. You should be getting calls from recruiters. Okay. You should be getting calls, emails from recruiters telling you about a wonderful opportunity that has just come up. So this link optimization works like SEO, search engine optimization. So if you're looking for a particular product, okay, and you go on Google and you type in that product online, best results, the most appropriate, the best fits for that product is what will appear to you. And that's what we call search engine optimization. Now, for LinkedIn optimization, on the other, is the same thing. If a recruiter goes online to search for data engineering or data engineer, all right, your profile should appear, ideally. But your profile, if your LinkedIn profile is not optimized, it won't appear. All right. And that's the reason why you're not getting a lot of opportunities from LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a fantastic place for you to get opportunities, especially remote, full-time opportunity. All right. Upwork optimization, we talked about it, a platform that allows you to work freelance. All right. So also the same thing, if certain organizations, certain individuals are looking for freelancers on Upwork and your profile is not optimized, your profile also would not be recommended. All right. So how do you optimize your Upwork profile? We'll do the same thing for you. Optimize it to ensure that whenever something that comes urgent enough for you, you get notified, you get a message to tell you that, oh, this person is looking for a data analyst, this person is looking for a financial modeler, so on and so forth. And that is exactly what you get to work with. All right. Navigating the job market, I would say, is one of the best things that would happen to you. Navigating the job market. A lot of people learn by themselves and they never get the opportunity, all right, that they'll get from this session itself. So if you're learning by yourself, like I said, you learn data analytics, you learn Excel, you learn Power BI by yourself, you will likely spend the next 2 years applying for jobs. All right. And it's not a curse. It's just the way it is. All right. We will likely be applying for only data analyst position, first of all. So when you apply for data, that's the end. There's no that job you apply to. Meanwhile, somebody has gone through this training program and has gotten a job as a business data analyst, or has gotten a job as a business systems analyst, or has gotten a job as a finance analyst, so on. There's so many other roles you can actually apply to that you don't know that you can apply for this job. But don't worry, that's why we're here to tell you how to navigate the job market. Now, not only that, where do you apply for these jobs? Today, we only looked at 3 places: built-in, LinkedIn, and built-in, LinkedIn, and Flex Jobs. The other places you could actually apply for jobs, remote jobs, full-time, tech sponsored, and so on and so forth. So there are quite a number of other places you could actually apply for these jobs. And these are the things that we'll do for you during the navigating the job market session. Okay. The other part of this is recommendation letter. Okay. So we write the best recommendation letter for you in order for you to get that job. First of all, scholarship. You're looking to do your scholarship. You're looking to do your master's, your PhD, anything. Okay. And you need recommendation from an organization, a reputable organization. Analytics will stand in for you. All right. So we have people that are getting scholarship for their masters. We have people that are getting, full on scholarship for their MBAs and so on and so forth. Plus, we also have people that are getting full-time sponsored jobs using the same reference letter that we provide for them. All right. So all you need to do is go through the curriculum. Once you've worked on projects, worked on assignments, done group work and so on, all right, we will recommend you. All right. So once you apply for a job and they need recommendation, we provide you with that recommendation letter. So you see, majority of the organization, especially for remote jobs, I would say, and even sponsored and so on, they want to back up your experience. Oh, you've spoken so well. as a HR analyst. Okay, you've spoken so well as a data engineer. Please, can you get me a reference letter from your previous employer? All right. When your previous place of work, you're working as a customer service representative. You're working as a teller. How do you get data engineering recommendation letter from your previous employer? Impossible. And that's where we come in to save the day, to say that don't worry, we'll provide you with the best recommendation letter to get you what you're looking for. So people that go through the program, that have worked on projects, that have engaged in classic activities, will provide you with this recommendation letter to back up your experience that in data engineering, data analysis, or any other career paths that we have. All right. So we have job and interview preparation. So during the job interview, I think it's one of the another amazing thing that would happen to you. All right. So if you've never gone for a data engineering, interview before, all right, you'll likely flop. How do you, maneuver that flop? How do you beat that flop? That's what we do during the interview preparation session. So what we do is we have what we call mock sessions, mock interview sessions. Okay. All right. During these mock sessions, we mimic, all right, or we make an actual interview. So what we'll do before the mock interview sessions is to give you, potential questions that might likely come out based on the job description. So you've applied for a job, meaning that the job has a job description. So based on the job description, based on the organization, based on what our own personal experience, all right, we research about the organization, we research about so many things else. Okay, we come up with tailored questions, all right, that would likely put you ahead of the interview. All right, so during the mock interview session, we give you the questions ahead of time for you to prepare. So during the mock sessions, we ask you those questions and we ask new questions to assess how you're able to do well, on your feet, asking new questions and so on. And most times it's a very immersive learning session for people going through this. And you see, that mock session is one of the reasons majority of our guys have brought in full-time sponsored remote jobs across the world. All right. Because, if they ask you questions around, tell me about yourself, we have the seat approach we use to answering that question. So a lot of you would, when they ask you questions, tell me about yourself. Oh, my name is Ifemena Ipro. I have 7 children. I am from Isoko North local government. I am this, I am that. Those things don't matter. So how do you tell a potential employer about yourself? So we have it here. We have S for this, your skill sets, okay, your experience, your achievement, okay, all right, and the type of person that you are. All right, your skill, your experience, your achievement, and the type of person that you are. That's one of the ways we use in answering the question, tell me about yourself. We also have the STAR approach that we use for, scenario-based question. All right, tell me about the time you built a financial model for an engineering firm. How do you answer this question? Basically, talk about the situation, the task, the action, and the results. How do you answer it? How do you build your experience? How do you tell your experience using these approaches that we have listed out here? That's what we teach you during the mock interview sessions. And we also have a series of mentorship sessions that we still teach everybody at large how to come up with these questions, how to answer these questions. So I'll tell you for free that, learning the technical skills, like we said, is just 50%. You are the best Python programmer is for your pocket. If you cannot communicate, if you cannot talk, if you cannot do all these things that we provided for you, if you don't have a good CV, first of all, you will not even get notified. You won't even get noticed in the first place if you don't have a good CV. You're the best programmer, you're the best machine learning developer. You don't have a good CV, nobody's going to call you. You don't have a LinkedIn optimization, you don't have a LinkedIn profile optimized, nobody will reach out to you. Upwork, nobody will reach out to you. Navigating job market, you don't even know where to apply for jobs. So how would they even get to know you? All right. Recommendation or reference letter, you don't know where to get it from. Nobody will, and these are the reasons why people struggle to get a job. All right. Thinking that they can do it all by themselves. Well, you with this mentorship, with this community that we have built around us, you are going to get all the help that you need in getting started. So you need people to hold you. You can't do it by yourself. And if you try, it will take probably like another 3 years in order for you to get what you're looking for. So meet some of our facilitators. You have myself, you have Adeza, you have Nene Commercial Analytics with the UK, with one of the top retailers in the UK. Inena Product Manager working with one of the top technology firms in the UK. Obina working with a fintech company in Canada as a data scientist. Chill is working with one of the biggest, fintech company also across the world, as a business analyst. Emmanuel is working with one of the big four companies in Nigeria, working as the head of human resources. Ibrahim is a machine learning engineer with one of the top medical facilities here in the UK. Kelvin is working as a data engineer with a fintech company in Nigeria. Teniola also customer and digital, working with the big four consulting firm in the UK. Abdurrahman, also big four consulting, data scientist, consultant. Francis, working with a tech company here in the UK as a senior business analyst. And these are just a handful of some of the people you get to work on or work with. Okay. So we have experienced people that, have gained experience over time. And they're the ones that would literally be holding your hands and guiding you through how to get started in any of the career paths that you choose today. All right. So, who is looking forward to join the last cohort? So, who is looking forward to joining the last cohort for the year 2023? All right, who is looking forward? If you're looking forward to join our last cohort starting on the 4th of November, put a 1 in the chat. Let me see. If you're ready to get started, put a 1 in the chat if you are ready to get started. I love this. I love all of you. All right, I love this. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. So if you're looking to join our program, we have a discount roll. We have the discount running at the moment. Okay, we have the actual fee for the training program is 600 Canadian dollars. In pounds, that's 400 pounds, and in naira, that is 400,000 naira. That's the original cost of the training program. Now, because all of you are awesome, because you guys are absolutely fantastic, okay? All right, this is the original cost, but we're currently running an early bird discount for the first 20 people to register. So we're looking at just the first 20 people to register. So if you are looking to become part of the people that would register for the training program, please be the first person. I know when I go into it straight, I want you to be part of the first people to register. So if you're looking forward to becoming part of the first set of people to register for the program, please secure your position now. Secure your position now. So I'm going to be showing you the actual discount, and I want you guys to take that opportunity very, very serious, okay? Because this is the last cohort for the year, all right? And if you're looking to get started, this is the best time for you to get started. So the discounted price for the first 20 people, all right, is for if you're going to be paying in Canadian dollars, it is 500 instead of 600, it is 500 Canadian dollars, and you can pay in 2 installments, which is I think one of the best things also that you can get from the program. Okay, so it is 350 Canadian dollars for the first start for the first installment and 150 Canadian dollars for the second installment. All right. So if you're looking to get, to pay naira, it is 300,000 naira, and you can pay in 2 installments of 200,000 and 100,000 naira. And in pounds, it is also 300 pounds instead of 400 pounds. You can pay the discounted fee is 300 pounds, and you can pay in 2 installments of 100 pounds, 200 pounds, and 100 pounds. So data engineering remains the same. It's still 400,000 naira. And that's just because of how immersive the career path is and the things that are embedded in the curriculum itself. Okay, so it's 400,000 naira. Okay, and you can pay in 2 installments of 300,000 and 100,000 naira. And in pounds, it's 400 pounds, and you can pay in 2 installments of 300 pounds and 100 pounds. Now, bear in mind that this career path is only for this particular discount is only available for the first 20 professionals, first 20 people to get started in the training program. Okay, so if you're looking to get started in any of the career paths that you talked about, please register now. Please register now. All right. So I'll be bringing Okay, so I'll be taking a few questions as we go on, but you know, this is time for question and answer and also some testimonials. Okay. All right. So these are the career paths, and like I said, the discount is only available for the first 20 people to register. Now the discount is going to end. This particular discount is going to end, you know, on Tuesday this week. All right, it's going to end on Tuesday this week. All right. So if you're looking to get started, is either we get once we reach 20 people, we are going to close the registration. All right. So once we get 20 people to register, we are going to close registration for the 4th of November. All right. So please, it's either it gets to Tuesday. If it doesn't, most times it really doesn't get to Tuesday. Today is literally Saturday. All right. So today is Sunday, I mean. Okay. So if you're looking to get it started, please register as soon as possible. Once we get to 20, we close registration. So it's one has to come before the other. Is either we get to 21st or we get to, you know, Tuesday. Well, I would say please don't wait till Tuesday. All right. Secure your position now in order for you not to start explaining. All right. So please get started as soon as possible. Now, you could also just click the link. If you're looking to get started, you know, my colleague Joan is sending the account number to the chat. So you have the UK account number in order for you to make payments to. All right. And once you make payments, you could send you if you need further confirmation, you can send this WhatsApp, you can send these numbers WhatsApp messages. Okay. All right, either Nigeria or in the UK or anywhere in the world. All you need to do is just send this messages to the WhatsApp group, to the WhatsApp number provided in order for you to ask more questions, essentially, or you know, if you have inquiries, essentially. Now, this is UK account number and this is a Nigerian account number. If you want to pay directly to the account number, but also we have we have the main stack account main stack that we could use that you also could use in getting payments registered. Okay. So if you're looking to get payment, if you want, all you need to do is if you're looking to make payments, click on the main stack link. All right, the main stack link. You'll see the main stack link in there. All right, Joan. All right, is currently posting it to the charts. Click on the main stack.me/enroll/data analytics. All right, so once you click on the link, all right, once you click on the link, it's going to take you to this page. All right, you can gain access to all the program brochures in there. So the first link you have there is to get access to all program brochures. Now, once you come here, you would have, you know, business analysis, data analytics, data engineering, and so on. So you have a full scope of what to do in the training program. So take, for example, data engineering, all right, you can see the full scope of what you will learn. All right, so if you're looking at data introduction to data engineering, so you see data engineering fundamentals, introduction, database introduction, cloud computing. In Python, what would you learn? So it's more detailed than what we talked about today. All right. So if you're looking forward to do that, please, you could go through the November brochures and you could do the same thing. The same thing with data analytics. All right. Everything has been detailed out in order for you to gain more information. Problem solving, you see all the things you need to learn in problem solving. Data analytics, Excel, you see all the things you learn in Excel. Power BI, you see all the things you learn in Power BI, and so on and so forth. So it's more detailed when you look at the brochure. All right. All right, to initiate, so for initial and full payment, once you make payment, click here to register your receipts. All right, click here to upload your receipt of payment. So once we hit 20, like we said, we're going to close up registration because this is the last one for the year. So we're looking for people to join as early as possible for us to get them ready for the class itself. Now, but this, if you're looking for what do you call it, Naira card payment, you're looking to make payment in card, in Naira, using your Naira, the Nigerian card, all right? You could also make payments through Paystack, all right? So if you're not looking to making payments via the bank, via the account number, all right? So you could also make payments via Paystack to pay, you know, Naira card payments. So first or full-time payments, you click on the link, all right? It's going to take you to the Paystack, you know, page where you can actually make payments for any of the program, either full payment or part payment, regardless of anything, you would get to make payment for that. All right. And if you're trying non-Naira card payments, if you're trying to make payment from outside of Nigeria, please explore PayPal. All right. So all you need to do is, if you're looking to make payments for data analytics, data science, data analysis, HR, finance, and so on, you could always click on either full payment or first part payment. So like I said, during the trade, you could pay first installment. So these are your first installment that you could make payment for. All right, either you pay 350 Canadian dollars, or you pay 200 pounds. All right. So first payment, click on first payment. All right. And you can see there, the Analytics Tech Career Program, buy now, click on PayPal. Okay. So rather than creating an account in PayPal, you could pay directly with your debit or credit card. So rather than, you don't need to have an account to make the payment. All you need to do is just pay with your debit or credit card in order for you to make that payment. All right. So that's if you want to use pay in pounds. If you want to pay in Canadian dollars, you could also do the same thing using PayPal and so on. And if you want to do a direct transfer, we have the UK account number and the Nigerian account number. Okay, so those are the things. Okay, so those are the, I don't have PayPal. You could do, like I mentioned, even using PayPal. All right, all you need to do is click first part payment. All right, click on first part payment. Click on buy now. Click on PayPal. You don't have to have an account in PayPal to make payment. So click on PayPal, and thereafter you would see. Sorry, just give me a second. Next. Okay, sorry. I've already clicked on this before. So buy PayPal, and you could just pay using your debit or your credit card, just like I showed you earlier. Okay, so all you need to do is click on buy now, PayPal, and because I clicked on it, you can see it here, pay with your debit or credit card. So you can pay directly from there rather than creating an account. So if you're paying non-Naira card payments, so it's clearly stated here, non-Naira card payment. So you can pay in pounds or you can pay in Canadian dollars. So you see that of data engineering is also there in pounds. That of data engineering is also there for those paying in Canadian dollars. So please make payments as soon as possible to secure your position in the last training program for the year, the last cohort for the year. So if you're looking to get an head start next year, 2024, this is the best time for you to register. Okay, you only have 2 months left in the year, November and December. All right, so you want to get a head start of next year, applying for jobs as early as possible. This is what you need to do in order for you to get started. Now, the second payment, that's another very fantastic thing I'll tell you about. The second payment comes 1 month into the training program. 1 month. So you see, all you need now is to pay the amount, 350 and 200,000 naira or 200 pounds to secure your position. And the balance, the second payment comes 1 month into the training program. 1 month into the training program. All right. And that's what you get 1 month into the training program. And you can pay in 2 installments. Okay. So Adeza, do you want to come into just, I'll take some questions, but Adeza was also going to come in to show you some of the testimonials just to see exactly what you will get also from the session. Adeza, should we take questions now, or do you want to just walk them through the testimonials?
No, I think let's look at one or two testimonials and then we'll take questions, because I know that you all have questions. We'll do that within the next 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll call it a day. Okay, so it's very important. Like I started and I showed you guys people that have also joined the program, and then they have been able to get fantastic value from the program itself. And how do you get value or achieve your objective? The objective is to transition and get a job. Okay, so you want to see people that have done it. They've been there, they've done that. How did they do it? So I think we should we're going to listen to, well, we have 3 people here and there are more. So I think we're going to listen to Ikmat. Then I don't know if you have Oluwatoyin on your slide. If not, maybe I'll just share mine. If you go to the next slide, next 2 slides or so. Yes. So that's Oluwatoyin. So let's listen to Ikmat first of all, and then we'll listen to Oluwatoyin.
I don't think I'm sharing my audio. So
okay. So just to we'll take all the questions. Joel, I can see that you have some challenges, but that'll be addressed. No worries, Joel. We are here for you. Okay. So let's listen to Ikmat. Ikmat's story is, let me quickly talk about Ikmat's story.
Hi everyone, my name is Ikmat and I was with the March cohort in 10 Analytics, and joining 10 Analytics has been the best decision so far. You know, for me, someone coming from a background of full housewife, because I had to stay back home to look after my child for 4 years, and then wanting to break into something new, wanting to go back into the workforce, you know, wanting to place myself in the society for better job opportunities. So it was a lot. And then I'm glad that Analytics came along, and then they presented me with so many opportunities right in front of me, better opportunities. And then I'm glad I took it. And then also the advice of do not sell yourself short, that Effie is always saying, it is very, very valid, because place yourself right, you know, don't sell yourself short. It's a very, very, very valid advice. You know, in Analytics, they will hold your hands like a child, you know, through the modules. You have the opportunity to go back and study. You have the opportunity to go back and practice. You have the opportunity to ask questions. You know, we have people you can always go back to, even outside of class hours. It's the most amazing experience so far, really. And then another thing is the interview prep, guys. That is another very important thing. I did my interview prep with Mr. Mohammed, and it is the best decision ever, because he was like, he saw into the future. He knew what was going to be asked, and I'm glad that I wrote down all the things he mentioned. I went back to practice, and then when it was time for the interview, it was like everything he was mentioning, everything he mentioned, it was just they kept on. And then when I was answering those questions, I was so confident, you know, because I already practiced. I did an Excel test, I did a maths test, and then they were really impressed. And another thing is, guys, it may not come as fast as you expect. Definitely you are going to get some no's, and then you may begin to think you're not good enough. You are good enough, yes. The no's will come, but always take it as a basis for learning and development, because after every interview where I got a no, I always make sure I get a personal feedback. So I work on those feedbacks for my next interviews, and yes, it worked. It really worked for me, because I got my first job 3 months into the program, my first job. But I couldn't take up the job because I was a student, and I was only eligible to work 20 hours. So I couldn't take up the job. 3 months later, I got 2 jobs with full visa sponsorship. And guys, all the other no's before the 2 jobs prepared me for the yeses I got. So yes, the no's will come, but do not give up, because you always have Analytics to go back to. They are the best and the best thing that's ever happened to me. And then yes, and they are the most affordable one I've come across so far, and that's a very good advantage. So yes, Analytics for the win.
Just for people that are making payments here. So if you've made payment, guys, all right, all you need to do is click on the link that Joan is dropping in the chat. Click on the main stack link, all right, and upload your initial and full receipt here. You see it here. This is the second link here. Upload your initial and full receipts. Click on this. It's going to take you to a Google form, okay? And all you need to do is just put in your email, your first name, your last name, and just fill in all the form, your gender, so on and so forth, and type of payment, initial or full payment. So it's the initial payment, you know, which is the 200,000 naira or 300 pounds or whatever it is you pay. All right, please just specify either the full payment you made or an initial payment, and that's literally it. So once you fill the form, all right, that instead of you posting it in the chat, just click the link, click here, upload your initial and full receipt here, click here, it takes you to Google form, register your payment. That's all you need to do. So please just don't drop it on the chat. Please secure your position, you know, and register it using the Google form. All right. All right. Over to you, Adiza. Should we listen to the second one, or I think we should?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, all the stories are fantastic. So I think Oluwatoyin is also data analytics. So maybe we should look at a business analyst role from Ramat. or Benga. Benga is a business data analyst. Any of the two, I mean, they're all pretty instructive. Yeah, let's listen to Benga.
Gender balance. Okay.
Gender balance.
Give me a second. I take my browsers. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Olaguju Benga. I want to share the testimony of how I searched for my job and I was able to secure a very good job by the help of Analytics. I was searching for a job for almost 2 years before 5 months ago, and I came across Analytics on Instagram. I sent a DM and they were helpful. I enrolled in the data analytics course and it was awesome. I learned a lot about Excel, um, data analytics, Tableau, and using how to organize data and also to draw insights from data, how to build a dashboard, and also to write a report from conclusions of data. So I must say, Analytics is the right place to learn how to be a data scientist, how to be a data analyst, how to be an HR analyst, and so on like that. They are always around and they are always, um, they have the best hands to take care of your needs when it comes to data. So um, I enrolled in the course, and even during the course, I started applying for jobs and I started getting interview calls, and they were also available um, to explain and also give me preparation questions on how to approach these interviews and also to pass them. So I was able to secure and even get about 4 offers after all my interview sessions. So I must say that the analytics have been really been a great help to me, and I was able to secure a job of my dreams, literally. So thank you. Refer people, tell your friends about them, enroll today, and the sky is your limit. Thank you so much.
Fabulous. Okay, so guys, you see, these testimonials are literally everywhere on our platform. All you need to do is just go to our YouTube channel and you would see literally everything is in there. So once you go to YouTube, go to Analytics, okay? Go to Analytics, all right? And you see Analytics, you well, definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's obviously for sure, okay? So once you go there, you see testimonials and you see we have a bunch of testimonials in there. All right. It's plenty. You know, like a lot of legal will say, it's plenty. All right. So we have quite a number of testimonials, people getting jobs, people getting promotions, people getting, enhancement in their personal life, in their career. You know, I got the money's worth. You can see Benga here. You could see my journey with analytics has been life transforming. Analytics helped me, transition into tech. All these key things that you would, people from across the world. These guys are in Poland, they're in Germany, in France, they're in US, Canada. We have a ton of testimonials from these guys. And if you want to see the full list, okay, just go to videos, click on playlist, all right, and you see testimonials, okay? You see full list of testimonials and you see all the testimonials. Like I said, there are quite a number of them that you see there. So please don't hesitate to go to the platform to ask questions. But please know that you can secure your position, okay, before you go and start looking at testimonials. All right. So it's only for the first 20 people to register. All right. So once we hit that 20 mark or on or before Tuesday, that is the end. All right. We're not accepting anybody. We're no longer accepting people for the 4th of November. And the reason why we're being strict with this is just because we want people to get started. We want people to settle in. We usually give enough time for people to settle in before the program starts. So you have things you have to download, you have things you have to install, you have things you have to get ready, okay? And that's the reason why we are going to be ending on Tuesday. So is it that we get first 20 people to register, or we wait till Tuesday to get those numbers? But on or before Tuesday, that will be the end. So if you're looking to get started, please secure your position now. All right, pay your deposit of 300 Canadian dollars, 200,000 there, or 200 pounds to secure your position, and you could do it. You could go ahead to starting the program. All right, Daisy, I think I'm just gonna hand over back to you, so you can take it
All
over
right.
from there.
So I think we can take some very quick questions, and I took note of some of the questions in the chat. So I think I'll start from there and would allow you unmute yourselves. I can see Finian, Ubong, and Cici has questions. So how do people get jobs before they complete the program? I saw somebody send that in the chat, and it's very simple. So you'd see people that join our training programs for 4 months, but after 1 month or 2 months, they get a job. How do they do it? Now, I'll use a case study for using the data analytics program. All right. When you join the data analytics program or the business analysis program, the first 3 weeks, you are done with Excel. Okay. You would cover Excel end to end. And you'd be surprised that for some organizations, all they need, your assessments during the interviewing stage would all be about Excel assessment. So they give you a case study, they give you a data set, and they say, go solve this problem, come back and make a presentation. And it's 100% Excel. And we've had so many cases like that. So when you have such situations, you have people who have just completed their Excel program, still very hot in their head, and working together with our associates in-house, myself, Efemena, we prepare them for the interviews. And that's how they land jobs just after 3 weeks. And we're going to push you. Every week during the mentorship session, you would see us pushing you, go apply to jobs, start applying. All right. For some people, it's always a shock. It's a rude shock that what? Just after 3 weeks? And absolutely, because the earlier you start, the best for you. You start to gain interviewing experience. You don't get nervous when you get into that interviewing room. So it's a lot easier coupled with the fact that we'll work with you to ensure that you address any areas of concern. Second question I saw in the chat, people ask about years of experience. I think Efemena covered this. Oh, the jobs I'm trying to apply to, I can see 3 years experience, 5 years experience. How do I look for entry-level roles? And one thing we tell people is when you're getting into tech, there is nothing like entry level. No employer, no potential recruiter would want you to come into their companies and use them to learn. You'd learn at their expense. No, they want you to hit the ground running. So one of the things we do is your previous years of experience is not wasted. All right. And this is where we come to the CV review session. We help you tailor your CV to capture a flavor of the new career path you are moving into. So you've always worked in the health sector, or you are a teacher, or you've worked as an accountant. How can you add the new career path you are moving into, data analytics, data science? How can you add that to your previous years of experience? Coupled with the internship you're going to undergo with us, where you'd get to work on projects, and your program itself is project-based. So when you get into that interview, you're not going to tell them that you are new and you're starting from scratch. No, you're going to leverage your project, and you speak from the point of, I have worked with Analytics as a data analytics consultant, or as a data science consultant, or as a business analyst. And these were the things that we solved. And these, you talk about those projects, how you helped organizations to solve problems in your specific area. That's what employers want to hear. And because you've learned the skill, it becomes a lot easier for you to communicate it from a point of knowledge. There was the last question I saw in the chat that I think I need to address. The gentleman said he's in Canada, and whenever he searches for jobs, he sees that they have specific undergraduate requirements. So maybe BSc, computer science related degree, and so on. And I tell you that you would see those things there, but they are generic. Okay, so this is HR coming up with a job requirement in a particular space. So they'll indicate those BSc in computer science / business management / or any related degree. You'd see that at the very first part of the job requirements. But your focus is not on that, because anybody within the tech space knows that it is a heavily skill-based environment. So you run with the skills that you have. Do you have the skills? That's what is most important. Efemena has a BSc in economics. I have a BSc in industrial chemistry. All the people I know that have transitioned into tech studied nothing related to anything computer science in the university. So that's not a bother. That's not a problem for you. And that's why I always tell people that, look, you need to have people that have been there, they've done it. And those are the people you listen to that gives you advice on how to navigate the space rather than listening to all sort of things here and there from anybody that has something to say. Okay, so those are the 3 questions I got from the chat. I think we'd go on to taking a couple of questions before. So Hilda is saying, I studied mass communication, but I work as a BI developer. Absolutely. So those are the kind of stories we want to hear. Age is not a limitation, Tunde. It's not a limitation at all. It's not going to count against you. Nobody would discriminate against you because of your age. They would not even ask you how old you are, because if they do that, that's discrimination. So it's not a limitation. Okay. Let's take from Finian. Finian, do you want to unmute yourself and ask your question? I've asked you to unmute, Finian. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah. I've been following up this program, and by the grace of God, I will be onboarding by November 4th on for data engineering. My really point of concern is on choosing career path. I know someone from a different field can jump into tech and do exploit. And how can one tell all their previous experience and career alongside with the career path they've chosen into tech? And my second question is this: if one really wants to dive into tech in terms of acquiring certification, like somebody who enroll for data engineering, which career path would you advise that person to take? Thank you.
Okay, I got your first question, but I'm not sure I understand the second.
Okay, my second question is this: like somebody now who enrolled for data engineering and would like to dive deep, like go more further in terms of acquiring some certification, which aspect would you like the person to? Which career paths would you like the person or organization would you like the person to go towards acquiring their certification?
Okay, all right, very good. So the first question, how do you tailor your experience? That's what we do during the CV review sessions for you, all right? So part of the things, and I'll give you just a very generic example. Now, let's assume you are a teacher, you have 10 years experience working in a school, teaching secondary school students. Now, you don't have any experience in data, all right? So part of the things you need to add to your previous experience as a teacher would include, I built a database to store all the students' data for easy analysis. And this led to me having the ability to tailor my training programs to fit into the needs of the students. All right. I also did my analysis of all the students' scores using Excel, creating dashboards, and coming up with recommendations on the specific areas where the students were lacking. And this is just, generic, just to give you an idea of how a teacher can talk about using SQL to build databases, how a teacher can talk about using Excel to do analysis of student scores, adding that to the previous work experience. And because you already know Excel, you already know SQL, it's easy for you to defend all those things eventually. But we're going to look at the career path you have chosen. We'll also look at your previous years of experience, and then would leverage different tools, AI tools from ChatGPT to Jobalytics and so many of them to tailor those CVs to your previous experience to ensure that you can go into that room or even submit that application that has a flavor of the career path you are moving into. So you're not going in there as an entry level, like people like to say. There is nothing like that. No employer would want to listen to that and know that you just learned this in the last 2 months or last 3 months and hire you. You would not get hired because they would believe you just come in there to try to learn on their own, at their own expense. As a data engineer, just like Femena also showed, you can get jobs as a business intelligence engineer. You can get jobs as a cloud architect, as a solutions architect, and so on and so forth. These are areas within the data engineering realm that you can explore if you join the data engineering program eventually. And while we can't give all the answers here on the specifics of how to apply to jobs, how to search for the different nomenclature within the data engineering realm, these are things you're going to cover during navigating the job market. So the navigating the job market sessions is where we'll have a practical session on how to apply to jobs, just like we've done, but just today we've just looked at it at the surface, going in practically, applying to the jobs, and then taking questions on specific areas and specific objectives for the different career paths that would have people join eventually. But there are so many roles within the data engineering path that you can also explore once you complete the program. BI engineer is one of them. Cloud architect, solutions architect is another one that you can consider within the data engineering realm.
All right.
All right. Okay, so let's take the next question. We also have a clarity session, Finian, that'll come up on Tuesday, where we'd have fewer people on the call. You'd have a one-on-one with myself, with Femena, and would have maybe less than about 30 plus people. So it's easy for you to ask your questions compared to 100 plus people. Once you receive the link to the slide and the recording later in your emails, you'd also get the link for you to indicate that you want a clarity session. So for the specific questions on, oh, I'm currently doing this, but I don't know if I should choose between data analytics or data science or business analysis, we can then take out time, relax in a more relaxed environment and take those questions. But you want to ensure that you have secured your discount slot first of all before you'd have the clarity session on Tuesday, because of course the registration closes on Tuesday itself. Okay. All right. So let's take the next question from Ubong. Ubong, please go ahead. I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, sir. I really appreciate what you people are doing. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. In the course of the lecture, the facilitator made mention of the key learning areas in some of the courses like data science and data engineering. I want to ask a mention about SQL, Power BI, and ChatGPT, etc., etc. I want to ask: is this applicable in all the journalistic courses? Because I want to specialize in business analysis. So, is that applicable in all the journalistic courses? Then, secondly, can I use my knowledge in the area of my specialization, that is like business analysis, to apply for a job in data science, or I need to also take a certification in that area? Actually, I really want to get to know about this. That's why I asked the question.
Okay, all right. So I'm not sure you joined very early, Ubong, because
Yeah. Actually, I joined in the mid of the way. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No problem at all. You missed out on that part. So your first question is Power BI, SQL, ChatGPT. Does it cut across all the programs? The answer is no. Okay. So for specific programs, they have their different learning areas. For business analysis, yes, you're going to learn Excel, you're going to learn Power BI, you're going to learn SQL. You'd also learn ChatGPT for analytics. You'd learn process mapping, stakeholder analysis, and engagement. You'd learn project initiation, different methodologies, agile, scrum, and so on and so forth. You'd get, once you get the recording and you also get this slide, you'd have the opportunity to go through the programs you'd learn. Now, asking the question, can a business analyst do the job of a data scientist, is like saying, can a medical doctor do the job of a plumber? Or can a medical doctor do the job of a HR professional? All right, they're two totally different career paths.
Okay.
Totally different, with two totally diverse sets of skills, totally different, really. So the answer is no, directly. That's the direct answer. I've seen so many questions coming up like that. Can the BA do the job of the DA? Can the DA do the job of this? Can this do the job of that? Now, if you listen carefully to Efemena's explanation, you'd also would have discerned that as a business analyst, for example, you're going to learn Excel, you learn Power BI, you learn SQL. As a data analyst, you learn Excel, you learn Power BI, you learn SQL. The major difference between the two is the business analyst is not focused on data analytics. So as a business analyst, your level of Excel would not have the same depth as the data analyst. The data analyst role on a day-to-day is to analyze data, get data, analyze the data, extract insights. So the Excel skill would be top-notch, have very good depth, and have very solid and advanced understanding of Excel. That's not the same case for the business analyst. As a business analyst understanding Excel, your role is to get data, extract insight, build dashboards, summarize your data using different tools, the pivot table, the pivot charts, and so on and so forth, but not as in-depth as the data analyst, okay? So the question on, can the BA do the job of the DA? Maybe in some cases, and we've seen that happen, all right? But you need to look at the job requirements. What do they require? What do they need for that particular role? Do I have the skills or not? If you don't, then it means you have to add to the skills you already have, and so on and so forth. So it's very key and important for you to look at the different career paths, select the one that sounds interesting and exciting that you think you can leverage on. And for me, the best way for you to do that is secure your slots, register for any of the programs, any of them, okay? You are not sure, it's fine for you to be confused. On Tuesday, we're going to have a clarity session where we'd have fewer people on the call, and then you can then ask a question. Oh, Adeza, Efemena, I'm currently doing this. I have selected data analytics, but I have my eyes on business analysis. What do you think? We can then have a conversation and we walk you through what to do specifically. I don't know if you got that, Obong. Did you catch everything? Okay, you've muted yourself now. Okay, so let's take questions from Cece. I believe you got that, Obong. Cece, you want to go ahead with your question?
Yeah, good night. Okay. Oh yeah, good evening, please. Sorry. For somebody like me, I'm coming from a non-IT background, and I think this is my second time attending your seminars. So from Mr. Efemina's discussion or lectures, I've been able to pick I'm in between two career paths right now, which is DS and DE, data scientist and data engineering. But my problem is coding. I've tried doing something with JavaScript before, and it was like, wow, I didn't just like it at all. So I don't know the in-depth of coding in either of these courses or career paths. What's the in-depth of coding in data science and data engineering? That's it. Thank you.
Right. That's very interesting, CC. If you don't like coding, you don't want to code, you can't even think of data engineering. It's a no-brainer. I don't think you should go there. But again, one thing we've also found out is a lot of people get scared unnecessarily, because the worst way to learn the worst, and we have been there. Ifemena has been there. So many other people, we've experienced all of that. Is to learn these things on your own, because the frustration sets in when you hit a stumbling block and there is nobody or no one to help you address and tell you what to do. That's where frustration sets in. Okay, one of the things we do is to simplify the whole learning process. So you're learning Python, for example, as a data scientist, you start just like the way you learn to speak a new language. You start from the letters A, B, C. So your first Python class is on data structures, understanding the data structures in Python. And you start from the nitty-gritty until you find yourself in a position where you can start to write Python without any hassle. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, you're also going to learn how to build projects. You work on projects on every single aspect of the things you learn using Python. So, and that's a better way of instilling and infusing the skills you'll be gaining. Python is a critical part of your data science journey. You can't run away from it. You're going to code, you're going to learn Python programming. Python is a very critical part of a data engineering program as well. Okay, so I mean, the two programs you've mentioned all requires programming. So I think you need to reassess again, CC. If it's something that you feel you want to trust in us to help you navigate the journey, and I can tell you for a fact that we will help you navigate the journey. But if you feel that at this point in your career, you don't think you'd like to go back to coding, you don't have the interest, then you might want to look at other programs that will not require you to code, because Python is involved in the two programs you mentioned, and you would have to code even more as a data engineer.
Okay, no problem. I don't know because what happened in my previous class when I was trying to pick up a course in web design and everything, the lecturer was very, very advanced. And then in my class, I was more like a novice. In my class, we had students who were also like already into tech. They came from ICT world. They were already doing their things already in the ICT world. So the lecturer already feels so comfortable, like, okay, I already have my students who are already here and they understand me. So they kept moving. And I was more like the novice, like, what's happening here? What's happening? And he's like, you should just find a way and understand. And it wasn't coming true for me. I think that was why I now detested JavaScript and I now detested coding, so to say. But I don't mind giving it a shot, shooting at data science, giving it a try again from joining this batch and seeing if it will still play well for me, because I really, really will want to do data science.
So I like the enthusiasm already and the spirit in your voice. I can hear that drive that you want to learn. So if that's the reason you didn't do well at JavaScript, then you're not going to find that with us at Analytics. All right. All our programs are beginner friendly. We don't, no matter how advanced you are in class, we don't use that as a yardstick. We will rather focus on those who are beginning and starting from the very foundational level. And that's the pace at which the class would go. All right. So we've seen people make those mistakes in the past as well. Oh, you have advanced people, they are easy to communicate with, and you abandon the person who is new, who joined the program because they want to learn and they don't have the skills. So you don't find that with us. We are more beginner friendly, and we ensure that your very first class in data engineering starts from introduction to data engineering. Your very first program in the data science program starts with statistics. Okay, you'd start with statistics, basic understanding, the measure of central tendency. All right, your Excel class to start from the very basic, the nitty-gritty, before you move into Python. Python is like one of the final things you get to learn as a data scientist. Okay, you don't start with that. So you learn the other aspects that builds your understanding of why you even have to use Python as a data scientist in doing your exploratory data analysis. And when you start Python as well, you start by learning the data structure. So if you know what data structure is like saying, I want to learn to read. I need to know ABC, then I need to learn 2-letter words, 3-letter words, and then you build up from there. So that's the structure of the class, irrespective of the level of advanced participants that we have. We all start from the beginning. Everybody's on the same level playing field. And that's the way you have somebody who is who was a farmer. We had a farmer from Nigeria who joined our data science program, and he was able to complete the program and get a job. All right. So people like that are only able to transition because we take them from the beginning level and we grow them from that aspect. So you don't have any problem, CC. The drive and the passion in your voice says everything that you're ready to learn. So go ahead, register for the data science program. Let's get your journey started on the 4th of November, and you do amazing stuff. We'll come back to talk about this time, CC, when we'd put you on our slide, just like you can see other people. And would say when CC was joining, she was scared of Python, that Python was going to bite her, but then she eventually conquered Python. Okay. All right. So let's take the next question from Marvelous. Marvelous, please go ahead with your question. Marvelous, if you can hear me, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. I have been enjoying the session, and I just want to ask. I have problem choosing between data analytics and business analytics. Though I've made payments already, I paid last few days ago. But I think I requested for a private session where I'll be able to talk to you or any person or anybody available. So I'll be able to know which that I'm going to do. I actually have a finance background. I studied finance and banking in the University of Port Harcourt. So I know some certain things in um finance, like a code evaluation, every other thing. Yeah, I know those things. And switching to financial analytics, it's gonna be something good to me. But I've loved this particular thing. There's this love I have for data analytics. So, and I'm just being confused right now between the business analytics, data analytics, or financial analytics. So I don't know if there's any way you can just clarify me, maybe on Tuesday or now, so I'll be able to make a choice. I'll just choose the one that I can focus on. Thank you.
All right, Marvelous, Tuesday will be your best bet for us to sit down with you, have a chit chat, and help you make a decision. Most of the time, what we've seen is people want to, so they ask, which is the easiest? Which one will I complete and get a job immediately? And questions like that come up all the time. So we'll have a chit chat on Tuesday, sit down, look at what you want to achieve, your objectives, and then would help you make a final decision on that. All right. Does that help, Marvelous?
Yes.
Okay. So we have 2 sessions on Tuesday. Okay, we're going to have one at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and we'll have another one at 11 p.m. West Africa time in the evening for those who might be joining from other regions in North America or later in the evening, and they would want to be a part of it. So you can select any of the 2 timings that fit your schedule. On Tuesday, we can have that conversation and help you out. All right?
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, let's go to the next. Oh, Augustine. Augustine has made payments, I believe. I've been seeing your charts, Augustine. I've asked you to unmute yourself.
All right, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I was actually referred by one Sonia Amadasun, who happens to be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she was my classmate, and in Covenant University we graduated together. And I'm an ex-banker, and I had this finance big background already. I studied accounting. So my question is, I've made my payment already, and I also am a student of Babcock running my master's program. And it happens that my master's program is elongated, which is more or less like part-time. So my study days are Sundays, because Babcock is owned by Seventh-day Adventists. And so their own Sunday is on Saturdays. They go to church on Saturdays. So wouldn't that affect my lectures with you? Because on Sundays, I'm always busy. I don't know how the structure of your own training will be. Because when she referred me, I watched your video on YouTube. I actually was interested in it. And coming here to see people talking about it, I was so impressed. And that was why I had to make the payment immediately. So I want to know the time, because from what I've seen, I will go for where I know my strength is, which is the financial analytics. So wouldn't that affect the other program I'm running already? I just want to know.
All right. No, it wouldn't at all in any shape or form. Okay. So the financial analyst. So let me just find out first. Is that Sonia? Is Sonia in the UK?
Sonia is in the UK. Yeah.
She just got a job. She just got a job as a HR analyst. I don't know if you're aware.
Yeah, I'm aware.
All right. So we worked with Sonia to get that job she just got. And I'm sure that's the reason why she's recommended you, because of the value she's gotten as well. So that's fantastic. I think I'm going to reach out to her. So again, the FA program, you don't have any issues at all whatsoever. The classes are on Saturdays. All right. Saturdays, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. All right. And on Sundays, you don't have a live class. So Sundays are self-paced. So your class on Sunday, you have watch me do it videos in your classroom platform. All you have to do is go to the platform, watch the videos at your own convenience. You can watch it in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, or you can even break it into multiple days during the week. So you can't watch everything on Sunday. You want to break it down into Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You can do that and watch your videos all through the week. So you don't miss anything really. You can go to school on Sunday, engage in your school activities, because you don't have a live class on Sunday. The live classes are on Saturdays. And even if you miss any class on Saturday, the way the platform is designed, every single class is recorded. Your live class are all recorded, just like this session is recorded today. And at the end of the session, you get the recording. Okay, all your sessions are recorded. So you can always go back to reference, go back to your class recording, go back to the slides, to the data sets. And if you have questions, you are in a WhatsApp group, you can ask questions. Your facilitator, the trainer, is also in that group with you. All right, so you have access to them. You can ask them questions and they respond. Now, if you've asked questions and they responded, you've tried to do the same thing that you couldn't do when watching the class recording, you can schedule something we call a drop-in session during the week. So we have drop-in sessions during the week whereby you have tried to do something, you couldn't do it, you've asked questions in the chat, you still couldn't do it based on the recommendations given to you. That drop-in session will be created and somebody, a data associate, will jump on a call, have a session with you to help you address that specific problem. Okay, so you have a multi-layered support system eventually, so you don't have any problems, Augustine. Okay,
right.
That's the structure of the class.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered the question, Augustine.
Yeah, you did.
All right, fantastic. Good to have you on board, Augustine. We look forward to having you in class on the 4th of November.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. Yeah.
All right. I think we'll take just about one more question because it's been a very long day and I see we have so many questions. I can see Osa. I can see your video is on. Osa has a question as well. We have so many questions, but time is fast spent. Okay. So what we're going to do is this. I'll take questions from Femi and then we might have to call it a day. Now, what you do, Osa, okay, because I think you sent in the chat that you've also made payments. All right, once you've made payments, make sure you fill the form, upload your proof of payment, At the end of today's session, by tomorrow morning or late tomorrow, you'd receive the recording. You'll receive an email with a class recording with the slides from this session. And you'd also see the link for you to indicate that you want a one-on-one. So on Tuesday, we have a one-on-one session, a clarity session, where we can take everybody's questions. So everybody will not join. Those that want to register and pay for the program or have paid already, but want more advice or guidance in selecting the specific career path would be in that session and then would help you navigate the space. If not, would spend the next 1 hour here on the call and still won't be able to take everybody's question. Okay, so I'll go with Femi. Go ahead and ask a question, please.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yeah, I've made up my mind to go for business analysis, BA. But last week I was on a space, so there are 2 certifications in business analysis. There's BCS and there's CBA, right? So I want to know which of the certification is analytics going to emphasize on if I'm joining you for the BA certification, because I had BCS is majorly for UK, while
Right.
CBA is internationally, so it's recognized in Canada, USA, and likes. So I'll be making my payments on or before tomorrow morning or so. But I'm in the UK, but I would like to pay in Naira. Is it allowed?
If you can pay in pounds, fantastic for us. But I mean,
no,
you have
because I've got Naira with me, so I think it's more easier for me.
the options are flexible, Femi. You can make payments using any of the options that are preferred to you.
And also, I just finished my master's in management and finance, but based on the flexibility of BA and how it's based on what you said about it, I think it's more preferable than going for financial analytics. So I want to hear more from you if it's worthy of me going to BA instead of FA, financial analytics.
I mean, business analysis is a fantastic career path in the UK and even in Canada in terms of demand. All right.
Okay.
Business analysis is on the shortage occupation list in the UK. And that simply shows that it is very high in demand and you don't have enough people to fill in those roles. And one of the easiest ways of getting jobs, I mean, in the UK, in the business analysis career path, you get that just like you can see on the slide as well with Ramat.
Yeah,
Ramat
exactly.
got announced immediately. And for those who joined the session when we had the alumni experience sharing, Ramat was on the call and she came to share her experience as well as to how she was able to do it. And all she needed was just to get the skills. Now, like we always emphasize on skills over any certification, because employers have also seen the fact that certification does nobody any good. All right.
Okay.
But what we've been able to do, Femi, just like you rightly mentioned, the BCS is the body of knowledge for business analysis in the UK.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
IIBA is for Canada, North America, really. So what we did was to take the 2 curriculum, okay, BCS and the IIBA, and we designed our own curriculum out of it. Now, the difference between what the IIBA and what the BCS would give you compared to what Tenalytics would give you is the practical application of those skills. All right. So for anybody can write an IIBA certification, CBAP, in 4 weeks. Read the body of knowledge, sit down for the exams, and you pass. But that's when you get into an interview, what happens? You're going to be tested. You're going to be given a case study. You're going to be told to go take these data sets, do some analysis, and come back and make a presentation to us on what you think should be done and so on and so forth. Now, there is nowhere you would read. No amount of reading would get you to that level where you can communicate to a potential recruiter that you have the skills to come into their company to make an impact. Because that's what they want to see. So we took the BCS, we took the IIBA, and we used that to come up with a business analysis curriculum for the program we offer. And it's a more practical approach to you learning all the skills for the business analyst and applying those skills in the real world by working on projects.
All right. Thank you so much.
For everybody that has transitioned and gotten jobs in the business analysis realm from us at Analytics, that's the focus employers would always want to see, not any certification. And if you can also see that from the job requirements when you start to search for jobs out there. All right.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think that's a fantastic career path. The business
Yeah.
analysis, it's the way to go any day, anytime. I always advise if anybody who chooses that career path, that's the way to go across different regions in terms of the demand and the jobs available within the space. So
right,
great,
thanks.
Femi, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like I said, we have so many. Hamed, I might not be able to take your question. I can still see Augustine's hand up, Gio, Omotola, Osa, Austin. So what we're going to do simply, like I said earlier, is we'll have the one-on-one session, okay, on Tuesday. Once you get the link in your email for this session, please indicate, let's meet again on Tuesday, and then would help you navigate, oh, I want to join data analytics or data science. This is my background. This is my previous years of experience, would help you navigate that space and select the best opportunity eventually. Again, one thing I'll say before we start to wrap up is we always advise that when you get the information, the recording and everything, please share it with people that you think it would benefit. Now, Augustine mentioned that Sonia sent it to him. Let me talk about Sonia a little bit. Sonia joined our program last year, 2022, the HR Analytics program, all right? She came to the UK for her master's, completed her master's program, and reached out to me after her master's that she needs interview preparation. Okay, so we set up interview preparation for her, walked her through the entire process, and eventually she got the job. She got the job as a HR analyst, and she's starting her job, of course, in the next, I think she's starting in November, based on our last conversation, because it's pretty recent when she got the job. Now, Sonia has also sent it to Augustine, who is interested in learning financial analytics. Now, Augustine is also going to learn because Sonia has given him that, information. And this is the type of information for you to pass across to people. So send the message to your colleagues, your contemporaries, your friends, your family that you think can benefit from this. And as much as we can, we get as many Africans and people of the Black community into tech. And that's the goal for us at Analytics. Follow us across all our social media, from LinkedIn to Instagram to X to Facebook, and so on and so forth. This will be, I think, the last masterclass for the month of October. So I'd love to see all of you join the program on the 4th of November. Femi, would love to see you as well join the program, okay? And all the other amazing people that have also registered today, all right? Thank you very much, guys. If I don't know if you want to just round off. Any last words?
All right, yeah. I think you've answered the majority of the questions already. I'll be looking forward to speaking with you again on Tuesday if you're looking for a one-on-one session. So if you're looking to get a head start next year, 2024, look at what you've done this year, examine yourself. I think don't wait till December for you to evaluate your performance this year. All right, you could actually get a head start, on the kind of jobs you're going to be applying to next year. A lot of organizations will start recruiting January, February, March, early the first half of next year. You need to, the first quarter of next year, you need to position yourself. Okay. Now look at the kind of job that you're earning at the moment. Look at what you're doing at the moment. Are you good? You think you can earn significantly better than what you're doing? All right. Those are the things you need to be honest with yourself. And if you can't answer this question, then this is the best platform for you. All right. So we have created everything. Everything we've done is just to ensure that you get the best learning platform. And a lot of people are skeptical to join, okay, to say, oh, they've had bad experiences. I personally had my own bad experience. And that's the reason why we started ours, to avoid those bad experiences. So please, guys, we have quite a number of testimonials, and that's the reason why we are sharing testimonials, for you to also see that there's so much for you to gain from the training program. It's highly practical. Some of the projects you work on, I shared them with you, are real life projects that we have worked on, and that's what we have revamped into, learning materials for you. So you see all the case studies, all the projects you're going to be working on are projects that are industry relevant, and you can talk to potential recruiters about what you would do. All right. Maybe during the one-on-one sessions, we'll show you more about the case studies and so on and so forth. But just the key thing you need to have at the back of your mind is Tuesday is the last day for payment for to join the squad. Any other person would, if you're looking to get started, would be in January 2024. So this is the best time for you to register. This is the last quarter of the year. Please take out time, have a think about it, but have that think very quickly. Because once we hit that 20 mark, we are going to be calling it, we're going to be calling it off for the month of November, which is the last quarter for the year. So all I would say is please secure a position, okay? Get started. If you've made payment, please register your payment. Go on the platform, go on the the main stack link that was provided. All right. And you see upload your initial and full receipt here. Click here to register your payment. Last but not the least, if you have further questions or further concerns, please, this is the WhatsApp number to reach out to. All right. You can send a message to any of these WhatsApp number. Right. So if you have issues uploading your receipt of payment, or you have certain, please send a WhatsApp message to any of the numbers you see on the screen. All right. So that's it for me, guys. Have a wonderful day. I'll be looking if you need more clarification on Tuesday. We'll be sending out an email or to the WhatsApp group for you to register for the one-on-one session. So thank you very much for staying till, this is midnight in Nigeria, West African time. This is past 11 the UK time. I really appreciate you guys taking out time to do this. So thank you very much again. And I think if you had a wonderful time, I want you to just unmute yourself and tell us exactly how did you enjoy yourself or you did not enjoy yourself. Let's know. If you enjoyed yourself, can I hear? Yeah. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You guys are cool.
You guys are cool.
My brother, Delta brother.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thumbs
I'll
up.
see
Yeah.
you guys on
Yeah,
Tuesday.
yeah.
I can't wait to make my
Alright.
payment.
Yeah,
You
don't
guys
worry.
are awesome.
Please
Thank
just
you
keep on the
very
good
much.
work.
Have
Keep
a
on the good
wonderful
work. Yeah,
evening,
yeah.
everyone. Thank you
Good
very
Thank you,
much.
guys.
Appreciate
Have a
you.
wonderful week.
See you on
Bye.
Tuesday for the clarity section.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a lovely evening. Good night.
Good night.